listening to the Super Awards Round, the annual award show podcast celebrating the past year of movies, TV, video games, anime, books, and cartoons. Hosted by John Mugiwara JM, Pecco, Jad Peanut,
Ollie says,
be sure to feed the piece of capitalism.
Christine,
Put her on my head, please.
Rudy,
He told him to touch grass and it killed him.
and Prince Luffy.
Everybody stop. I need to know what the fuck he's doing to that egg.
And most importantly, we reviewed nominees from categories created by us, and we all vote to see who the winner is. And this episode's categories include Best Villain, Craziest Character Death, Funniest Moment, and Biggest Tearjerker. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. All right then, it's now time for our final character category. Who was the most evil son of a bitch or daughter of a bitch of the year?
Nice.
So,
Just a heads up, this will probably be the category where we talk the most.
yeah,
I will apologize for nothing.
this is going to have the most amount of nominees, and I'm issuing Dolly Must Die Hard mode. You're only getting 4 votes out of all of these.
I will.
Yep.
I will
Oh,
know.
John won!
oh my god.
I'm making this much more difficult so we can get through it as quickly as we can.
Okay.
So,
Not
So,
the
like-
category that I will be talking the most, but I do think this is the one where overall we are going to talk the most.
So-
And we'll have the most spoilers.
yes,
All
of
right,
course.
John,
So,
tell us about what will be spoilers for.
but first, everyone likes to talk about who their favorite hero is, but I personally think a story is not at all interesting without a good antagonist to match them up. And many stories, for me, miss the mark because they have a shitty or uninteresting villain. But these guys and girls have been the cream of the crop this year. So our previous winner was that genocidal motherfucker, Count Luis Guillaburn from Metaphori Fantasio. And I had not
Oh my
beaten the
God.
game when we voted for him. But when I did beat the game, I'm like, no, justified. He's awful.
Oh, gosh.
Love to hate him, but he's awful. So this will have spoilers for Chainsaw Man, the movie, Reze Arc, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, Daredevil Born Again, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Has Been Hotel, Invincible, K-Pop Demon Hunters, The Righteous Gemstones, Sinners, Split Fiction, Superman, and Weapons. Our nominees are Reze / the Bomb Devil from Chainsaw Man, the movie, the Reze Arc.
It's terrible.
Renoir de Sandra from Claire Obscure, Expedition 33.
Boo.
Wilson Fisk / the Kingpin from Daredevil Born Again.
You suck.
Higgs Monaghan from Death Stranding 2 on the
yeah.
beach.
Sir, wear a paper bag.
I'm obsessed with that look.
It's Troy Baker. He's handsome. Leave him alone. King K. Rool from Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Yeah.
A sentence I thought I'd never say in any category ever.
You're the king of rot.
Vox from Has Been Hotel.
Hello, what are you doing here?
Yeah, it's Tenna's cousin he doesn't like to talk to.
Twice removed.
Conquest from Invincible.
I want to punch you in your face.
Jinu from K-Pop Demon Hunters.
Baby, you have done nothing wrong ever.
Yes, he has. Shut up.
Sorry, I'm a simp.
Raymond Law from Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Yes, that is
You're a
Samoa
terrible
Joe.
person.
Corey Millsap from The Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah.
You sick.
Remick from Sinners.
Boo.
Vampire Man.
The second most evil man named JD in the world. JD Raider from Split Fiction.
You're a billionaire, so you automatically suck.
And he has the name JD, something he has in common with somebody else terrible. And Lex Luthor from Superman.
You are the worst of the worst.
Also, for whatever reason, we forgot in the recording to mention Gladys from Weapons.
Okay, so I keep...
Who wants to go first?
So I go first a lot, but would it be okay if I did Janu?
Go ahead.
Get the obvious one out of the way.
So now when I said he's never done anything wrong, that was a joke, guys. I love Janu.
I hope so.
Fine, but oh my gosh. Okay, so first off, we find out that Janu was a human before he became a demon. and he was super poor along with his family. Well, Gimon gave him the power to, I guess, become a really talented biwa player, and he got, recognized by the emperor. But he didn't take his mother and his sister with him. He lies to Rumi when he tells her this story. But now, okay, like, he makes a demon boy band, and that's bad because he is using these poor humans to gather souls. They, like, disappear. It's not really, like, clear what happens, but we see a lot of missing people posters. And it doesn't matter who they are. They'll take souls from anybody. But what really makes him the villain is that when they do the K-pop Idol Awards, he gets two demons to pretend to be Zoe and Mira. And they start singing the song Takedown. They tear off Rumi's coat to show her patterns, causing Rumi to scream, and all this chaos happens. Now, keep in mind, Zoe and Mira don't know that Rumi is half demon, so she's been exposed not just to the entire world, but to her two best friends in the entirety of, like, ever. And then what makes it worse is one of the demons say, "You're a mistake since the day you were born." That is a line that Rumi shared with Janu. She told Janu that. And he also lied to her when he said, "I'm going to throw the Idol Awards tomorrow." Now, like, Janu does get redeemed in the end, but it's just so callous of him to listen to Rumi, take in what she says, and then use it against her in such a way that just hurts her on such a deep level. And the thing is, as like terrible as that is, you do kind of understand why he does it, because demons constantly hear, like, the mistakes that they made. So it is repeated in his mind that he, abandoned his sister and his mother, never got to see them again. I understand that, but it's just, he hurts Rumi in such a fundamental way that I can't, like, in good conscience, like, ship them together. I see people ship them, and I'm just like,
I think...
Again, brother's fine, but no excuse.
I think what helps illustrate how bad Jinu is from the beginning, and Prince Luffy is going to crack up at this. A couple of days ago, I watched this movie for the third time. With my grandmother, who had not seen this yet. She wanted to know what the big hype was all about. In Gina's very first appearance, during the slow-mo scene where Rumi's falling down, it looks like Gina's going to pick her up, and he brushes his shoulder off instead. My grandmother immediately said, "He just went from a thumbs up to a thumbs down." That told me everything I needed to know. I'm like, look, if even she can understand that, then what is everybody else's excuse for like, I can fix him?
Love your grandma.
Like, he does, do the right thing in the end. It's just, he also takes a lot of, like, pleasure in just being, like, a major troll to the Hundreds girls. But again, it's like, well, I do like him as a character. I just don't see him as a good fit.
He's so pretty, though.
Jesus Christ.
He is quite pretty.
John, let us gush about the pretty boy. Come on.
My biggest problem with Ginu is probably not one that any of you have addressed.
What is it?
My biggest problem with Ginu is his whole motivation is he wants to forget what he did, not to atone for what he did. And to me, as somebody who played the original God of War games, where that was Kratos' entire motivation for why he wanted to assist the gods, he wanted to forget that he killed his wife and daughter, not actually atone for it. And then when the gods said, we can't erase your memories, that's not actual atonement, then he went on to go kill the entire Pantheon. It's like, no, we're not doing this again. You can't just erase what you did by forgetting about it. That's not healing at all. That's just denial. Fuck you.
Yeah,
dude.
that's a very, very good point.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, he made a choice, Again, I really do love this character, but he made a choice to not insist that his mother and his sister come with him. They were also in abject poverty. He just left them. And he never saw them again. So again, while I do love Janu, and I am happy that he sort of got to be free in the end, he is a bit of a dick.
Yeah, he climbed the ladder and kicked it down with them, and to forget he did that instead of actually atoning for it and learning. Fuck him.
Okay.
I should probably reword what I said because everyone else gonna hear that and go, okay, bet.
You do have to admit he's pretty, though, right, John?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, but he's also awful.
Do you know how many? Do you know how many villains that have been in stuff that are pretty?
But by the same token, I deeply love Goro Majima, and he beat his wife.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
Rudy, you haven't gotten to Yakuza 5 yet. Sorry.
I'm scared.
All right.
Let's see. Luffy, I believe you have one we're not too familiar with.
The Resistance.
Okay. Let's talk about Corey. On the thread of sympathetic and complex villains, we have Corey Millsap from the Righteous Gemstones. Now, from the beginning of the fourth season, the final season of it, we're introduced to another family that was friends with the Gemstones. Their mom, who's played by Megan Mullally, used to perform with the now deceased mother from the Gemstones. And upon meeting again, Lori, the mom's friend, and the father, the patriarchal figure from the Gemstone family, get together. And because they both have shared grief for the loss of, his wife, and they bond over that, and their love for her and their relationship, and it kind of just springs from that. This is her son, and his kids, the Gemstones, are all very narcissistic assholes. I love them all dearly. They're all assholes. Every single character in that show is a fucking asshole. And the kids do not do well. And mind you, they're not, I say kids, but Danny C. McBride is, the lead in this. They're in their 30s and 40s. And they're really, really upset that their dad is dating someone new.
What?
Yeah, and want to throw a wrench in it.
No.
Oh, they're just awful kids. They're awful people. And meanwhile, initially, Corey comes off as very the opposite. He's fine that their parents are dating. He's very calm about all of it. And he's genuinely just seems like a very sweet guy. And he wants to be supportive of his mom because, my mom hasn't had much luck in love. And while trying to, sabotage the relationship, the Gemstone kids dig up background on Lori and learn that basically all of her relationships have, failed. And several of the dudes have disappeared.
Oh, no.
And so they're
I see where this is going.
You think, but you're wrong. Because I thought the same thing. But so they think, oh, she's a Black Widow. She must be after daddy's money. And this is what we think is happening. But through the flashbacks, we get more understanding that back when they were still friends and stuff, were introduced to when the wife was still alive and they were just, kids. The Gemstones were kids. Laurie's husband, Cobb, Corn on the, played by Michael Rooker.
Watch this now.
Yeah, he does fantastic. Is a fucking alcoholic, misogynistic, abusive asshole. And
so it's Merle. He's basically just playing Merle again.
It's he's just a monster and is not supportive at all of Lori wanting to do music and stuff like that because you're a woman. You should be at home, taking care of us, blah, blah, blah. But as, like, eventually she got the gumption to divorce him. And after the divorce, we learn when Corey finally has a breakdown and we kind of reveals like what's been happening. The reason that every one of her relationships has failed is because his dad, the dad has been involved somehow. Either he's intimidated them, he's kidnapped the guys, and in one case, fully murdered a dude.
Oh gosh.
More than one, actually. He works at he owns an alligator farm sanctuary where he puts on like alligator shows and shit and feeds bodies and dudes to the alligators.
Oh God.
That's so messed up.
The worst part of it is that he's been making Corey help him with this since he was a teenager, like 14, 15.
Oh my God.
And obviously, this has extremely warped Corey. Like, the only times we initially see any real awfulness from him is towards his wife. He's just very kind of verbally abusive and mocks her quite a bit, mostly for her intelligence. Like, but otherwise he just seems like a very kind dude. Like, but as it goes, we see that he feels that he's been so incredibly tainted by this whole situation that, like, he has so much anger towards the Gemstone family for, in his perception, helping to contribute to the divorce because their now deceased mom, like, encouraged her friend to leave her shitty husband. Which, of course she did. Like, which it sucks because I found him to be incredibly compelling as a villain. Like, when Michael Rooker's character, when Cobb, like, kidnaps the dad to try to John Goodman's character to try to, like, intimidate him out of dating Lori, it ends up culminating in Corey pushing his dad in and letting the alligators get him.
Oh.
And, like, but they all maintain, everybody who was there was, oh no, it was an accident. He fell in by himself. Like,
I mean, technically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my man deserved it. And it seemed like it was a moment of Corey finally taking back his life after, more than several decades of his dad behaving this way. But there's just so much, like, anger pent up, like, about the fact that his family divorced and their whole lives fell apart. His dad fell even further into a bottle. He's had to fucking bury bodies. Like, he's been an accomplice for the last, 30 years. And they're like, and he finally decides and attempts to murder the other 3 Gemstone kids.
Oh, Jesus.
He shoots all of them.
What?
Holy shit.
But they all live.
Oh.
And
Surprisingly.
mind you, this is done in a beautiful scene that I actually did put a needle drop because
oh boy.
yeah, that is like, the music is a callback to an earlier time where they play the same song, but they, like, were playing it when they were younger as kids hanging out, and it was more of, like, an enjoyment thing to him turning on the radio right before he's about to kill them, like, stalking them through the house. Mind you, dressed as Michael Jackson. So
Wait, what?
It makes sense in context, but it was also very funny.
Okay, interesting.
They had like a mini talent show that they do, like, amongst the family, and his performance had to do with matching, like, Michael Jackson outfits in a dance that they did when they used to hang out at, like, the lake house when they were teens. So he like basically finally gets to like perform that, which again at first seems like him kind of taking back his life and his part in the family and stuff, but then ends up like spinning. But in the end, the 3 gemstone siblings manage to drag themselves through the house. The eldest manages to shoot Corey, and as Corey is like bleeding out, he asks them to pray over his body, and as he's dying, and it's like a drawback to an earlier episode and stuff. It was honestly very beautiful and very poignant, but I was so fucking impressed with Sean William Scott in this role. Like, thinking about the time that he's gone from being fucking Stifler in American Pie to an incredibly complex performance like this. Like, damn.
I thought this guy looked familiar. That's Sean William Scott?
That is Sean William Scott.
Oh my God. The last time I saw him was Dude, Where's My Car?
Right, yeah. Wow. He is elevated. I was honestly just impressed. Like, it was one of those like stories where when Corey did die, like, yeah, he just tried to shoot like 3 of the main characters and stuff. I was sobbing. I was so sad about it. He was just a very interesting character. The narrative really managed to like compel you towards him, and then like Sean William Scott just fucking nailed this performance. I was very impressed.
Okay, so first off, I just want to say that Luffy does such a good job of describing things, because I'm just sitting here like, it's like I'm eating my popcorn. I'm like, okay, then what did he do? Because they did such a really good job of describing this character. And part of me feel kind of bad for Corey, but he goes about this the completely wrong way.
Oh yeah.
And you feel like maybe if he had a chance to not be under his father's it might have gone better. But man, oof.
Yeah,
I cannot wait to watch the show.
They are the second person to recommend this show to me. The other one is Rich.
Yeah.
Most of Rich recommends this show mostly to me. Austin, you remember how Rich likes to say, that makes my bird twitch? He got it from the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man,
that's why he keeps saying that. It's from the Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah.
It's a fun show.
Yeah, and it has a stacked cast too.
I binged it in like 3 days, so I liked it a lot.
All right, so John,
well, you haven't steered me wrong yet. I watched Invincible because of you, so.
Woo!
John, would you like to talk about the Bomb Devil with me?
Yeah.
I can mildly contribute here and there, but I'll let you guys mostly talk.
It is the same Reze from the manga. So if you're up to this point in the manga,
so we talked about Denji, who won, poorest little meow meow, and one of the reasons he's the poorest little meow meow is because of this bitch.
Yeah.
You thought Makima was bad? Oh, strap in.
So, can you show the other image too?
Well, why don't we talk about like Reze first before we talk about her true nature?
So we mentioned how Denji he's never had like an actual relationship like with a woman before, with a girl. And here comes Reze, and she is, as you can tell, she's super cute, and she shows an interest in Denji. Now, keep in mind that the only other woman that has shown interest in him is, an older woman who is obviously grooming him. So to have someone his age to show interest in him is a big thing. And she seems like she genuinely likes Denji. They go on a date where they go to, I think, her school. They go to an abandoned school. Like it starts out with like she finds out he doesn't know how to read, so she teaches him how to read and write. So like little things like that. They have lunch together. Like it starts out like a genuine relationship. Things take a turn though when they go to well, not yet. They do go break into an abandoned school and just wander around in the classrooms and write on the chalkboard. And
they seem to bond over having like not typical childhoods. So their bond initially seems incredibly genuine and actually quite sweet. You're like, they're getting along, but then John, tell us what happens. So you first get your hint that something's not quite right with this girl, because
what also happens is there is another devil that's hunting both. That's after Denji that breaks into the school with him, and you think, oh god, this is gonna be the trope of like the girl character gets fridged by a guy that either murders or rapes her or whatever. But when he approaches Reze on the roof, and she like gives off the, like, she responds in fear and all that. She basically turns this guy into a fucking jobber. Like, she effortlessly takes this guy down, and I don't know if the manga did this, but the movie recreated the scene from No Country for Old Men where Anton Chigurh is choking a guy to death. She does that to him.
Oh god.
And it's like, oh, this frail little girl just took down a guy twice her size and strangled him to death pretty easily. Yeah. What is up with her? But then it cuts to after they hang out in the school, they decide to go skinny dipping in the pool together. And you think, oh boy, Denji finally got him some, and he got a genuine girlfriend. And then afterwards, they go to the fireworks festival to go watch some fireworks. And then Denji tells them about how he actually has a relation. He is seeing this other girl that he's interested in, but then she convinces him, no, why don't you and I become an item? And then they kiss. And you think, oh boy, Denji finally got him something. He got himself a genuine girlfriend.
Sweet, they're kissing.
Yeah, and then you find out, no, he's not kissing her. She's literally eating his tongue.
Yeah.
I'm not being hyperbolic. She is eating it like it's food. Yeah. She is munching on it. Turns out she's the bomb devil.
Oh my gosh.
She is.
I gotta say though, this outfit is amazing. I love it.
Yeah, she's wearing like a waitress's outfit up top and like underpants and nothing else below. Well, she starts out that way, I guess.
It almost looks
you
like
can say her outfit's the bomb.
It almost looks like a long dress with like a slit up the side, but it's actually just like a bunch of sticks of dynamite, and I just think that's badass.
Yeah, so it turns out that everything she said to Denji was a lie. She was using him for her own nefarious purposes. She was apparently raised, I think, by was it Russia? I think.
Yeah, she was like,
Soviet
it was
Union.
like not unlike the Black Widow program in Marvel. She was like a Russian super soldier.
Mm-hmm. And she just, I think what is so frustrating is Denji sort of is trying to, like, I guess, what's the word?
He's trying to he hasn't hit the stage of grief of bargaining at this point.
Yeah. He's trying to get her to, like, go back to how she was. And it's just makes it all the more heartbreaking because as we've mentioned, Denji does not have a good track record with relationships. He's never had anybody who's taught him that. He's never loved anybody in a, like, romantic sense, in a healthy way. So then, you think that he's finally gonna get a chance, but nope. It turns out that this girl who he was, like, starting to like have a connection with, she's been lying the entire time, and this is like what, the fifth person who wants to kill him.
Yeah, at this point. And she, like, and then when Denji finally wises up and goes to, like, the Devil Hunter HQ near him and try and warn her about her, Reze effortlessly takes them out. And I think probably the coolest fucking scene. I don't know. Again, I haven't read the manga. I don't know if the manga does this, but in the movie, they recreated the scene from Battle Royale where they throw a severed head into a window, and it's Reze's own severed head. Where she pulled the pin on her choker, which sets off the bomb. She throws her head in the building, kills everyone inside.
Oh my god!
And yes, they did do that in the manga.
Yeah, I think the way they staged it in the manga is probably different because it's a manga, but the way they did it in the movie, they did, like, I've noticed that MAPPA is shot for shot referencing movies, not just in the openings, but in the movies and the show. And I think that's awesome.
I think that, it's just such a tragedy because, like, like Rudy said, he does want her to like go back to like who she was before and stuff. But you kind of like as a reader, you realize that that is who she was before. The Reze that Denji knew never was. And, you know, I do think she had some genuine emotions during her time with him, but not necessarily romance, just like a feeling of kinship of having been essentially treated as a weapon from a very young age and a lack of love and like normal experiences. But
and you think it couldn't possibly get worse.
Yeah.
It does because Denji waits for her. He thinks that she'll come back because
this is after they have a big fight in a tornado.
Yeah. And she
In a tornado.
This movie goes hard. It's nuts.
Yeah, and somehow she, survived, but somebody gets to her before she can truly escape.
Yeah. Like so they have like a conversation with each other where they agree to like not hunt each other anymore, and they maybe they'll meet up at the cafe, and Denji's waiting at the cafe for her, and then Reze runs up through the alleyway where Denji goes through. In comes Makima, murders her.
Yep. Oh my god.
Okay. Fuck you, Makima.
Movie ends there.
Yep. And
Jesus.
Yep.
It ends with
Chainsaw Man does not fuck around.
It really doesn't.
Credit scenes where Denji is holding the bouquet and he appears depressed. Power, who is the
my stupid
demon.
Child. I love Power so much.
They're like brother and sister. He was gonna give her the bouquet, but then he just eats it.
Doesn't she eat it? Doesn't she eat it?
Oh, wait, I think she eats it. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, so the funniest thing about Power is like she talks like in ye old English, but she has the maturity of an 11-year-old.
Yeah, she does not give a fuck. But like, again, it's just, I really, really hate it when a villain uses another character, especially like we've talked about just how sad Denji's life is. And I think she knew that he genuinely liked her, and it just makes it worse. And like then of course you get the chance of maybe Denji and Reze having like some sort of happiness. Nope, this is a Chainsaw Man. There's no happy endings for anybody
that we know of. The manga's not over yet.
That is true. All right, who wants to go next?
Has Austin had a chance yet?
Oh yeah, no, I haven't had a chance yet. I'll talk about Fox.
Get out of the way.
I know.
No
I
comment.
might as well get him out of the way. So, Russ, in the first season, they kind of wrote him off as a joke character who was obsessed with Alistair. But then, in season 2, he's a genuine threat this time around. Like, we actually see what he's fully capable of. Like, he not only controls a lot of media in hell, but he's also manipulative. He decides to use the Has-Been Hotel as a stepping stone in a smear campaign, so he can basically lead a revolt against heaven and become a new god, basically. And we see when he was alive, he was a weather reporter who just killed his way to the top of the network and started to form a cult, which is why he's so persuasive to a lot of people.
It escalated quickly.
Doesn't even make any sense. Like what, the people who work at a fucking like TV station wouldn't notice that literally a bajillion people are being murdered? Like,
yeah. So anyway, the reason Fox is so powerful is not because on its own, but you see, overlords in hell, the sinners who become powerful by owning other souls. Like the more souls they own, the more powerful and influential they are. So Fox talked Velvet and Valentino into forming an alliance and pull all the souls together to become a powerful trio, the V's. But he's just manipulating and sweet-talking them so he can get all the glory and credit. And he also has a lot of songs this season, like a lot of banger feeling songs. Like there's one of the song he sings, Fox Populi, which is Latin for the people's voice, because he's trying to paint himself as the new leader for hell in the uprising. And then, in this other song, Fox D, the voice of God. And let's see. And we also, But the only person who knows how to press his buttons, despite his manipulative and usually charismatic demeanor, is Alistair, especially when he's held prisoner by him. And yeah.
When who is prisoner? Vox to Alistair, Alistair to Vox?
Let's see. What was that question, huh?
Who's holding who prisoner?
Fox holds Alistair prisoner.
Okay.
Because of a deal to spare his life. And so all Alice can do now is talk. And he just knows how to press Fox's buttons. And so let's see. What else do I got about him? Oh yeah, he's voiced by Broadway performer Christian Bull. My sister's obsessed with him. Like, he won like 2 Tony Awards.
Oh, good for him. What's he been in?
Let's see.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh.
Something Rotten.
Peter and the Starcatchers. Spamalot. Legally Blonde.
Peter and the Starcatcher. I just
the
recently saw
Broadway
that.
revival of Some Like It Hot. Falsettos. Thoroughly a Modern Millie. Mary Poppins. And it was on NBC's Smash.
Wait a second. Who was he in Peter and the Starcatcher?
Well, he was William Shatner. No, wait, he was Black Stacy.
Oh, yeah. Black Stacy, yes. Okay. Yeah, all right. I know who that is.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Who's next?
There are a lot of villains I could use help with.
I don't think I have.
I know Austin. I know Austin. I have 2.
Okay, I have one that everybody can kind of help with. Let's talk about Remick.
Oh my gosh.
Can we believe?
All
my
right.
gosh.
So, for those of you who have seen Sinners, which is everyone in this chat, Remick is a hundreds of year old Irish vampire who shows up in the US for undisclosed reasons and starts turning people the same night that Smoke and Stack open their juke joint. He tries to turn pretty much everyone in there, and as soon as they come outside, he succeeds with a lot of it. And he tries to push people to come to him voluntarily because he seems to see himself as similar, if not the same, to the Black characters in the movie and the racism that they have experienced due to his history, whilst denying the fact, as many white people do, that the Irish at this point were no longer treated as second class. They had gained whiteness and all the privileges that come with that in this country. So, like, if anybody else wants to expand, I think he was just a very fun villain.
Yeah, he was fun.
And here's the thing: this is another villain where it's like, you know what? He kind of has a point. Like, they were not being treated the same way as, Black people were at this time, but there's still like a very storied history of the Irish being mistreated. Like, I was not aware of this like when I was younger, but as I got older, there was like people always talking about how the Irish like hate the British. I'm like, well, what the heck happened? And I did my research and I'm like, oh
yeah, we hate the British.
Yeah, that's what happened. And I mean,
there's a reason that when Queen Elizabeth died, the Irish were celebrating.
Yeah. Like, it's not. It's still like really, really bad. And like, I know there's a lot of people who are still sort of upset of like how all that stuff was handled, of course. But at the same time, he's just, he kind of also, I think, represents how some people will try to infiltrate certain groups for like their own selfish gain, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
No, it does.
Yeah.
Or use whatever marginalizations they do have as a way to endear themselves to others in order to take advantage.
Yeah, appeal to their inner desires or appeal to their nature to get them to help them with their motivations and what they want out of it.
Yeah. he seems to like, and again, I think he like, he makes some good points. And see, one of the things is like towards the end of the film, I think Sammy starts quoting the Bible, and Remick joins in with him, but that is when Sammy uses a silver disc in his guitar to slam it into. Is it silver?
I'm not sure, but it was right as the sun was coming up. So
I remember Remick melted.
It's probably silver. It's probably silver because vampires don't like silver. Actually, a lot of a lot of creatures don't like silver.
I mostly associate the silver weakness with werewolves, though.
Werewolves.
But see, I hang on, I need to look up the name of the actor who plays him because
Jack O'Connell. It's on the poster. It's right here.
I couldn't see it. I'm sorry, but he does such a good job because see, there were parts where it's like, oh my god, you don't trust this man, but then he would say something, and I'm like, okay, maybe you can trust him like a little bit. Like again, he does such a good job of being this two-faced kind of eel, and you can also tell that Jack McConnell was having a blast. Like he gets to play this just slime ball, manipulative character, and he is just putting as I'd like to say, his entire pussy into it.
He is putting his whole pussy into it.
He was chewing the scenery and maybe a little something else too.
Like I found his performance, like most of it felt very unsettling. Even when he was trying to be kind, when he was being like nice, I was like, oh, he feels like a car salesman. Like he feels really slimy is a good description. Plus he had a fucking banger song in the middle. I really liked the Irish dance. It was so cool.
And also just like another thing is how he looks. Because he just at the beginning he kind of looks like a normal man, but as you notice, he gets sort of like dirtier. Mm-hmm. And that adds to him. Like I think another thing is Jack O'Connell's really good at like body work, and there was something about the way like the sinners, like the vampires moved, and again it's very very, very unsettling. Like if you met him, it's like this seems like a normal person, but there's something that's not right, and you don't know what it is.
It's almost like he's unused to like a human body or something, like he's puppeting it or so. It's a very unsettling feeling, and he does a very good job with it.
But see, also we forgot to mention at the beginning there was two KKK members, a married couple, and we talk about how good Remick is at manipulating people. Well, these two morons led him into the house because he was being chased by American native vampire hunters, and since they're racist morons, they're like, okay, we'll take the side of the white guy, and then he promptly turns them into vampires. Appealed to their nature to get what he wanted. Yep, he's really good at that. He doesn't have any loyalty except to himself.
His ultimate goal is community, but the problem with, while on its face might seem like a good motivation, it's at the cost of your humanity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
quite literally.
All right.
Does anybody want to go next? I have several, so I'm trying to think of who I want to do first.
Because it's 5, so let's.
Yeah, so like, I could do Renoir, but Rudy would have to mute me. Renoir, should I go with Renoir? I'm going to spoil the fuck out of this game, so this is your warning.
Hang on. I mute. Go.
So, Renoir de Sandra. You first meet him as soon as the Expedition 33 gets to the island where they go to meet the Paintress. As soon as they all make landfall on the land where the Paintress lives, he comes out and kills almost everybody in the expedition. Almost everybody. And you're like, so you're left to believe like, oh shit, this is like the Sephiroth of the game, isn't it? He's like this commanding presence, effortlessly kills people without even so much as raising a finger. And you don't see him again until the end of Act 1 of the game, where you meet Esquier, my lovable big ball man, and you gain the ability to go out to sea. As everyone is getting ready to go out to sea, he murders Gustav, the main character of the game.
Oh my god.
Right
Jesus.
in front of Mael, who Mael considered him to be his surrogate father because she had been through several different families. Remember, too, that Mael is also actually Alicia from the real world. You then come to find out that Renoir is not exactly evil. Renoir is Verso and Mael's father.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And this Renoir is not the real Renoir. He's a painted version. Remember, Aline, made a fantasy world where all the family are alive. Painted Renoir is the quote unquote evil one. So, if you guys will recall, when Aline made the canvas, the drawback to making the painted world and staying in it for too long is it will literally destroy you mentally and physically. And the only way for her to sustain life is through the act of the grammage, which is the yearly death of all the people that are of that number. And that the grammage of those people returns the life force back to the painter or the paintress in this respect. But Renoir and Aline's other daughter, Clea, wants to put a stop to this cycle. So she creates these creatures called Nevrons, which are all the monsters you fight in the game. And if the Nevrons kill people, then their life force doesn't go back to Aline at all. So she's doing that in an effort to weaken the paintress, her mother, and get her to stop this. But Renoir wants to keep the cycle going because they can't. Obviously, it's literally killing them. And then, yes, so Renoir tries to stop them several different times over the course of the game. And the other twist, too, is Renoir is not just the father of Mael and Verso. There's a character called the Curator who doesn't have a face, and he upgrades your weapons and all that in your base camp. It turns out... The Renoir that you've been thinking is the real one, and the Curator is the painted one. And then they fuse into one character in the final confrontation. Mael wants to stay in the canvas and live out her life, but Renoir at some point has a change of heart and wants this all to stop, and that's what causes the final confrontation. So Renoir starts out as you might think he's evil, but it turns out he's sympathetic because and the song that plays when you're fighting him, if you look up the lyrics translated from French to English, and this is the song they performed at the Game Awards last week. If you read the lyrics in English, you find that the song is actually a duet between Aline and Renoir, and they're arguing about whether or not the right thing is to stop painting or continue living in this fantasy because it's literally destroying our family. The song is called A Life to Love. It's like, I will always love you, but you need to put down the brush. So this story is very, very super complicated, but the more you read into it, and I definitely want to go back and replay this net with the context and knowledge that I have about the game.
I want to watch you play this.
Because when you see a movie and then you get the context by the end and you go watch it again, you're like, oh, God.
Like rewatching a film.
You're like, oh no, I got context for this scene. This scene that's so much harder.
Yeah,
like I love the boss themes for Renoir and also the final fight with Renoir. But when I read the lyrics, I'm like, that's not at all what I thought they were saying. Oh my God. And it's even more poignant because in the final confrontation, when you're fighting Renoir, Aline in her giant paintress form, because you fight the paintress and destroy her, but the paintress comes back because Aline sees the errors of her ways and goes against Renoir. So she brings the paintress back to try and fight Renoir and his Axon monsters that he's created. So the song becomes more poignant. Like in the game and in the music, they're arguing with each other. God, this game just deserved all those awards it won. It's so and not just being a fantastic RPG, it's a fantastic story too.
Yeah,
I strongly recommend.
Really so.
I can't recommend enough that whenever any of you are financially able to pick this game up, do so at your earliest behest. Holy shit! And Renoir is I'm very happy that Renoir wasn't just the Sephiroth of the game. Though that's not really a fair comparison because Sephiroth's a tragic villain too, but. But
Dude, literally, the more you talk about this game, the more I want to play it.
Yeah, like Renoir is a very complex character. Like you never really can tell what his motivations actually are until later on, and he was so beautifully played by Andy Serkis in the original version. So so if you want to get an idea of what he's like he wasn't played by Andy Serkis in French or in mocap, but Andy Serkis did the voice, and he brought such a gravitas to the role.
Wow.
And like
Andy Serkis a lot.
Yeah, and Andy Serkis, like he has the cane, because I think when you see Andy Serkis Renoir outside the painting, he doesn't have that cane, but he's carrying that cane not just as his weapon, but like he's slowly physically deteriorating, and like that final form that you fight him in the game, like his face and body are like torn up into pieces. I'll bring up a picture of it when we move on to the next category. But yeah, Renoir is definitely one of the most complex villains I've ever experienced in a game, certainly an RPG, and that's saying a lot because I've played quite a few of them. But yeah, I feel like, is there anything, anybody have any questions about like something I may have missed, or you guys think you got the picture?
I think I got
No,
the picture.
I think that you've explained it pretty thoroughly.
Pun unintended.
Okay, Rudy, we're done with Claire Obscure. Rudy?
Real quick. Don't let Rudy look in chat. This is Renoir's final form when you fight him.
Holy shit.
Well, you could put it under a spoiler.
I think Rudy already saw it, so it's too late. Well, it's even if you see it, she missed the context behind it, so it's fine.
No worries.
Well, I'm gonna tag her to try to get her to come back.
Oh, yeah, that was Christine going, yeah, not Rudy. Then Rudy didn't see it. Good.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, who wants to go next?
All right.
A lot of these villains are mine, so
You can go again, John. It's your show.
okay, I guess it is. So my other favorite villain from this year, Higgs Monaghan from Death Stranding. Whereas Renoir was a complicated villain, I fucking despise Higgs. Higgs is the worst. He is so fucking terrible. So Higgs is a megalomaniac, an absolute crazy fanatic who is like complete megalomania, nihilism, wants the Earth to be just to experience this apocalypse because he thinks humanity has reached this natural conclusion. It should just end.
Mm-hmm.
And he was brought up to believe this by Amelie, which was Sam's sister, because she originally wanted to bring about the last stranding in the first game. Not Sam. Higgs was believed to have been killed at the end of the first game, but Fragile reveals I couldn't do it. I showed him mercy. That was the biggest mistake you ever could have made, because as I pointed out, Higgs. It's heavily implied that Higgs kills Lou, the little baby, shoots it.
Oh, I already hate him.
Oh my God.
I see.
But he thinks the baby is dead for a while. But remember, this Fragile saved it, and this ended up costing her life. And then Higgs just continues to harass Sam throughout the course of the game, attacking him whenever he tries to make connections between the facilities. And then it later comes to another confrontation where Higgs brings out his battle guitar and he shoots him with this, sets him on fire with a specific type of fire, knowing that Sam won't die. He's like, oh, I know you're not going to die, but I want you to die and repeat from this fire and forever and ever and ever. And while he's doing this, he's singing the theme song of the baby he murdered.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, screw this dude.
Like it's and don't get then Troy Baker. He's a fantastic singer and guitar player, but just the context behind this, he's tormenting poor Sam, singing the theme song of his dead child that he killed as he routinely burns him alive.
Oh. And he looks like a juggalo.
Yeah.
Screw this guy.
He also constantly breaks the fourth wall. He knows he's in a video game. He can say, he's like, oh, it's time for a good old fashioned boss fight there, Sam. There's no game overs here. You're going to be doing this for eternity till the end. But then tomorrow saves him and whoops his ass. Because tomorrow can travel through the beach tar, and she can also age things with her hands like the Timefall does. And then and the end of the game is you having the most homoerotic guitar battle I've ever seen in my life.
Yes.
I like that.
Like you two, Sam and Higgs are both shirtless and doing guitar solos, even to the point where at the end of the fight, it's basically guitar frauding. I'm not even exaggerating. They're like their swords are clashing, pun intended, and they're doing solos as they're like whopped up right against each other. I'm like, this is the gayest fucking thing I've ever played, and I love it.
I need to find that one fucking reaction image of Greg Davies being like, the homoerotic narrative compelled me.
That's what you get here. And Higgs, I hope, is finally done with, because I don't know if Hideo Kojima wants to do another Death Stranding after this. If he doesn't do another one, I'm happy. I don't know how I'd feel if turns out Higgs, in fact, does survive. Oh, I haven't talked about how he dies, have I? It's the craziest character death, but we're going to get there soon.
No spoilers.
Yeah, don't tell us yet. I would like to know when we get there.
Yeah, the craziest character death is how he meets his end. So I'll save that for next category. But Higgs is a monster. Fuck him. All
right. Do you want to do Wilson Fisk, John, or do you want Luffy to do Conquest?
I'll do Conquest.
I mean, I could talk about Wilson Fisk briefly, unless
go.
Yeah, like Wilson Fisk is. I stand by this. Sorry, Tom Hiddleston fans. The Kingpin is the best MCU villain we've ever had.
Oh wow!
I like that.
Ever since the Netflix series, Vincent D'Onofrio has created probably the best version of Wilson Fisk there is. He plays this character with such gravitas, and the way he talks and carries himself, you can never tell when he's going to break and lose it. Like you anytime he talks, it sounds like he's about to blow a gasket at any moment. But
the thing is, he also still comes off as a very classy, cultured man at the same time, which makes him kind of dangerous, I think.
But he talks in like this broken, like he has like this raspy voice of his. It sounds like he's about to start screaming and lose it on somebody. And the show plays with that intentionally, because it's very rare you see him explode and take it out on somebody. But when he does, in that first season for Netflix, one of his goons interrupts him while he's having a dinner with his girlfriend, girlfriend Vanessa, and embarrasses him. So then when he and his lackey leave the restaurant finally, and they take this guy out, they take him under a bridge in one of New York, and he pulls him out from the passenger side of the limo. And this guy and Kingpin puts his head between the car seat and the car door and repeatedly slams it on his head until it turns to fucking mush.
Jesus, my man.
And this is just in the Netflix one.
And the thing is that he does really genuinely care about Vanessa, which, again, I also, like, guys, never mess with somebody's wife or husband or spouse in general, because if you do, you are basically signing your own death warrant, especially if they're dangerous like Kingpin. And I love Michael Clark Duncan. I know that Daredevil movie was shit, but I loved him as the Kingpin. But Vincent D'Onofrio just is perfect. It's like he was made to play this character.
Kingpin in the MCU is so powerful that he has his pockets in politicians, judges, all different members of high society. And there are several like before you even meet him, there are characters who, once their connection to him is found out by somebody, they kill themselves. One guy found out that accidentally let it slip that he works for the Kingpin. He intentionally throws his face onto an iron gate and stabs his throat. He is more afraid of Kingpin than anything else. Like, and he has his fingers in every major part of power of New York. And what makes that even worse is in Daredevil Born Again, he gets elected mayor.
Oh no.
That hits a little too close to home.
Yeah, came out at the right time, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
So
I kind of like that though, that he's not like just like an underground, villain. That he's also the face of like the city. Like that's fun.
He's underground for a while, but Daredevil like brings him out into the light, and then he runs for mayor and he wins in the landslide. And you're wondering, is the dangerous Kingpin really done? Is he just now just a regular old politician? He's mended his ways. No. He tries very hard to mend his ways, but when Daredevil comes back into the limelight, he goes right back to the way he was.
I like it.
All right. So who would like to go next?
Okay. Let's talk about Conquest.
Yeah, I'll let Luffy have Conquest.
Okay, I'm getting my popcorn.
Any contribution is actually really appreciated. Okay. So, we've spoken about Invincible in the past. And if you recall, the setup being that, teenage Mark Grayson has a Superman stand-in, Omni-Man as his dad. And Omni-Man actually comes from a race called Viltrumites.
Viltrumites, yeah.
Viltrumites, sorry. Who are, they're colonizers. I really don't know how else to put it. They go across the universe. They conquer and like colonize different planets, and as Mark rejects this and he decides to protect Earth, and his dad seems to also make kind of some changes mentally this season. But we also have been seeing more Viltrumites outside of just Omni-Man and Mark. One of them being Conquest.
He doesn't show up to the last 20 minutes of the last episode.
Yeah. He shows up out of fuck all nowhere. And he shows up, he's this big hulking dude who, for one, is very obviously older. And considering that most Viltrumites, while they do have very, very, very long lifespans, they age very slowly, meaning that he has probably been alive for millennia, to look this old. And they're also, a very warmongering, violent culture. So many of them die young anyway, very Spartan. They attack each other and shit. So he shows up. He's got his one fucked up eye, his robotic arm, and immediately him and Mark get into it. And this is probably one of the most aside from the initial fight with his dad, this is probably one of the more prolonged and viscerally gory and violent fights in the entire series thus far.
Yep.
Which is saying something considering it's Invincible.
And the reason for that is because Conquest, despite his name, he's not really in it for world domination for it. He loves to fight for the love of the fucking game.
Yep.
God.
And that's what makes him very interesting as a character. We get just a little bit of a glimpse into not only Viltrumite society, but just kind of maybe some negative feelings he has about things, because he notes basically he comes in as a final enforcer. If people aren't the Viltrumite that was sent as an ambassador or whatever, read invader / colonizer, doesn't do their job right, he shows up and he basically is supposed to beat everybody into submission. But like John said, it's for love of the game. For him, he likes to fight. And he says that he doesn't really care about the Viltrumite desire for conquest and conquering and stuff. He just likes a challenge. And
he was very bored. He's in a state of ennui because every other race he's conquered doesn't really have the power to fight back as well. So he's got all this melancholy. But the fight with Mark excites the fuck out of him. Like when
Yeah.
the more Mark hurts him, the more excited he gets. He's like, yes, I've longed for this for millennia. Like,
yeah.
and that's what more like when you get one up on the villain, like you feel like you've beat them, and like they start getting more defeated, and you inch closer towards beating them. Not him. The more you beat him, the more he loves what he's doing.
Yeah, at one point Mark is like headbutting him because that's kind of like all he has left in him fight-wise. Like Conquest's face is like turning into like mush as this is happening, and he's delighted. He's like having a great time.
So disturbing and upsetting.
Yeah, it
He's a very, very disturbing villain. And he also notes that like he doesn't even get to have a name. Like Conquest is what he's called. It's what his purpose is. He was basically built as a Viltrumite weapon in a society of weapons.
Yeah, he does not have a name at all.
Yeah. And it like to have such a lack of identity, even in a culture where fighting and war is like the thing, is fascinating to me as a character. I will also note he's played by Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Yes.
So that deep like voice that he has, that's just like almost a little bit of like a southern twang to it. Like it really, I think, adds to him. He sounds just so unimpressed at first with Mark, and he starts to get more excited when he like starts to upset Mark via like hurting his little brother and hurting Eve.
For those not in the know too, Jeffrey Dean Morgan was Negan in The Walking Dead.
Yes, thank you.
So he's already got experience in playing pants-shitting, terrifying villains.
Yep. And he fucking delivered.
Oh yeah, I think this is better than Negan.
Yeah, this was I was thoroughly impressed with the way they managed to bring this character in for basically one fight so far. If I think this might be his first and last, because it came off Mark killed him. But
I think Eve killed him because because
Eve did.
Mark nearly died, but Eve came in with the save, and Conquest nearly kills her. Like he punched her face off, and the only reason is because of her ability to rebuild atoms.
Yeah, like she was obliterated. She basically died, but simultaneously rebirthed herself, which I mean, I guess lives up to her name, Eve, and whatnot. But like, it was incredibly like a shit ton of lore and background and interesting character work in an extremely short amount of time. Astonishingly, almost. And I'm forever impressed by Invincible's ability to kind of one up itself in that respect.
I just looked it up. In the comics, Mark does kill Conquest, but in the show, he's incapacitated and in prison, and the GDA has his body.
Right.
We're fucked.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Cecil has his body, and we also saw how well that went.
Yeah.
Like,
all right. So next up, who wants to do? I could do Gladys.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay, so we kind of broke our rule and recently added her because we did a watch party of weapons, and oh my freaking god, Gladys disturbs me on so many levels because the story is not told. What's the word? Oh,
linearly.
Yes, thank you, Liffy. And we see Gladys just kind of like appearing at first. And as you can see by the picture, there's something, it's one of those things where it's like, there is something not right about this woman. Like she's oddly pale, and the way she's dressing is like 60s, 70s. And like at first you kind of think like she looks like a clown, but then you find out that the only boy that didn't go missing, this is his aunt, quote unquote. But it turns out she's not really his aunt. She is a witch, and she basically can control anybody. All she needs is like some part of them. And
seems to be something of theirs. Like it doesn't even have to be a like a body part, like hair or blood or anything, because she uses the name tags from the kids.
That's right.
Cubbies.
Yeah, something they have touched, something they have used. And so the thing is we see that Alex only helped her get the kids because he thought she would leave because his parents are under her sway. There is a very harrowing scene where she makes both of his parents start stabbing themselves with forks right in front of poor Alex. He is so terrified. Yeah, and so he brings her the name tags, and then he sees the kids running towards his house like late at night, and it turns out she's not going to leave. She wants to stay. Like, she's basically draining them of their essence, and Alex has to like end up feeding all these kids and his parents soup because they cannot feed themselves because of like the spell they're under.
Yeah, and they're in something of a comatose state.
And see, the thing is, she, despite being as odd as she is, she's really good at getting in, like, under people's skin or getting them to trust her, because she also takes over the principal by, like, saying, "Oh, I was on a walk. I just need some water." And he lets her...
She told them that she missed her bus and
that's right.
that, like, she couldn't get a ride share or anything. Could she please use their phone? And they offered her water to be nice, I believe.
Because, you know, that's what you do. You know, offer somebody some water. But she takes, I think, was it a piece of the principal's hair?
No, it was, she stole some of the husband's hair, and she stole a ribbon from the principal's office, like a almost like a blue ribbon, which I don't know what for. And yeah.
If you do want to, okay, so she then has the husband killed by the principal, and he like repeatedly bashes his head into his poor husband's head, and then has the principal go after the teacher. And dude, the way Benedict Wong looks, it was very disturbing. Like, I actually viscerally jumped back when I saw it. And here's the thing,
it was creepy.
You like, this is another thing where it's like she looks normal, but it's like there's something off about you, but I can't say it because I'm a polite person. But like, there's just something so... It feels like it's something pretending to be human, and it's kind of not doing that great of a job. You know, she's too exaggerated. She's like with the outfit and the makeup, but but she does get her comeuppance. I am not going to spoil it because we're going to talk about it later, but she's easy to hate just because it's not just the fact that she's using humans in general. She's also using a lot of innocent children. You know, these kids didn't know what was going to happen. They can't defend themselves. And I just think that makes her even more despicable, that she's not above using kids. But also the actress, Amy Madigan, she's been around for a very long time. She is 75. Yep. She proved that, you know, just because an actress is older doesn't mean she cannot put her entire pussy into a performance, because she was phenomenal. Oh my God. I don't know if she's going to get nominated for an Oscar. I kind of wish she would, because she did fantastically.
Horror doesn't usually get recognized at Oscars, so probably not.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
That's why we nominated her.
I like her. I like the incongruous feeling of her appearance, the makeup not being quite right. It's not all the way on her lips, like the hair, the wig being kind of an obvious wig, like not quite fitting right on her head, being like the bangs being up far too high. It all like combined.
Way too much foundation, the lipstick not being applied right.
Yeah, her hair.
It's a very unsettling.
Until you said she was a witch, I was like, zombie?
See, that's also kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking like either a zombie or some like eldritch being that took on like human form
and doesn't know human the way to put on makeup.
Behavior.
Yeah, but she also doesn't like. Another thing is, I support women's rights, but I also support women's wrongs. She enjoys what she does. You can tell.
She does. She's having fun.
Oh, that's good.
Austin, you and I share a 3. Which one do you want first? Do you want K. Rool? Do you want Raymond Law? Or do you want JD Raider? Which would we pick first?
Let's go with K. Rool. So
to borrow a meme I saw from somebody I follow on Blue Sky, you guys are all... what's Bowser's motivation as a villain? Kidnap Princess Peach, marry her, and take her to Chili's. King K. Rool's motivation is to cause 9/11. So K. Rool,
It's not an exaggeration either.
no, if you've seen how Bonanza goes, no. So K. Rool has been trapped in the core of the planet for when was his last appearance in a Donkey Kong game? Since then,
Hang
yeah,
on.
since 08.
Donkey Kong.
like he's been
Keep
in
going.
his last appearance before Smash was a Mario baseball game. But if we're talking Donkey Kong, he hasn't been in a Donkey Kong game since like Jungle Beat or 64. That's easily the late 90s, early 2000s.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. He's mostly appeared in Smash Brothers.
Smash Brothers was like his grand return after not being in anything since like Mario Superstar Baseball. Because like Sakurai went on record saying like, oh, no, if you're gonna bring back K. Rool, let me do it for Smash. And boy, did the internet explode when that happened.
You're right. The last appearance was Mario Super Sluggers.
Yep, for the Wii. So think about how long that's been. So King K. Rool has been trapped inside the core of the planet because everyone thinks he's the Banandian Root. The Banandian Root is just his tummy sticking out of a hole. And he wanted to get out of Banandian Root, but he and his Kremling minions were stuck down there. And then Donkey Kong and Pauline unwittingly free him. And then he goes down to the core of the planet to find the Banandian Root to wish to remake the world in his image, which is basically rot.
Yep. He calls himself the King of Rots when he turns into that bizarre creature.
So they all end up in New Donk City, and he basically turns New Donk City to his big wonderland of rotten banana mush. That's why I said it was like 9/11, because he literally destroys like every major building there is and just basically takes over.
He's loving it. He's happier than a pig in slop.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's charismatic, and I'm happy that he's returned. I hope that if Illumination does indeed do a spin-off of Donkey Kong, K. Rool must be the villain.
They
definitely
they reminded us of why King K. Rool was the OG villain for Donkey Kong. There's just he has no like morals, no sympathy, no empathy, and he knows this, and he has no issue with the way he is.
Yeah, Bowser just likes kidnapping princesses. King K. Rool's just a dick and a racist.
Yeah, he's psychotic. Like, he has an intense hatred for apes, and his own motivation in the original Donkey Kong Country for stealing DK's banana hood was to just starve the ape so he can take over the island.
Damn, King.
Yeah, I remember there was a cosplayer at Too Many Games this year who was a guy dressed in a realistic crocodile head. He was wearing a shirt that says, "I wanted to starve the Kongs, but I got was this lousy T-shirt."
Yeah, like the thing about K. Rool is he has the ability to be both really funny, but also legitimately terrifying. And that is very hard for people to balance when it comes to writing villains. They will either go one way or the other when they have like a funny villain. No, they balance K. Rool perfectly.
And it's hard to do that, especially now with Bowser, because me personally, and I think most people will agree, I think Bowser is more compelling when he's a doofus.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
When he's just a socially awkward, girl shy doofus, I think he is incredibly funny.
Just a goofy
K.
little
Rool,
goober.
on the other hand, I think he may usurp him as the new Nintendo genocidal maniac.
All right. So we got 2 left, right?
We have 2 more that I share with Austin. Austin, do you want to do Raider or Raymond Law next?
Let's see.
Raymond Law?
How about from one king to another?
Okay.
So Raymond Law is the self-proclaimed pirate king of Madlantis, which is this game's secret casino in a cave on an island off the coast of Hawaii. Raymond Law got to the position he in through ruthlessness and tyranny and screwing over other pirates. And he rules Madlantis with an iron fist. He, like the other members of the Goro Pirates and other pirates out there, want desperately to find the Esperanza treasure. And when he finds out that Majima and his crew are about out to get it for themselves, he does everything he can to use his power and influence to stop them from doing it. To the point when they're docked at Madlantis, he won't let them leave unless they participate in a pirate ship death battle, and threatens to he sends his pirates to threaten and kidnap Noah's sister, who's watching over their bar, unless they agree. And
I
he
forgot
even
about
screws
that,
over
huh?
the pirate queen, Queen Michelle, when making her believe that they're in cahoots to go get the Esperanza treasure together. But when she goes to attack Majima, and might I say, her pirate ship is a repurposed cruise ship, and it's
That's
fucking
brilliant.
insane. And when she loses against Majima, she tries to return to Madlantis to curry favor with Raymond Law, but he has his pirate crew incinerate her little escape boat with rocket launchers. Kills her.
Aw.
Oh
God.
gosh, what a bastard!
Yep. And I'm trying to think, like he did something else too that was pretty ruthless. Like, was it him or was that the other guy that tried to kill Noah, the one who had the that necklace that Majima's wearing? That was actually Noah's, and that was like the key to finding the Esperanza treasure or something like that. I think that was that Yakuza guy who wanted that at first, and he tried to kill Noah, but he ended up stabbing his dad instead. But Raymond Law is just a horrible, ruthless pirate, and I can't not help but laugh because he is modeled after and voiced in the dub after WWE wrestler Samoa Joe. It's so funny. But yeah, he's just an awful all-around ruthless king of the pirates. But he's just like a glorified Yakuza. But I found his performance to be very entertaining all around. Especially, I think Samoa Joe did an amazing job as him. Because he's a heel in wrestling, so he's got experience playing a villain. All right, so less enjoyable to be around, Austin. You can help me with this piece of shit.
Oh yeah, JD Raider.
JD Raider, the CEO of Raider Industries and Split Fiction. He is the one who lures Zoe and Mio, the protagonist of Split Fiction, into a publishing deal. Except it's not a publishing deal. He hooks up all of the authors that are looking at that get published to a machine that lets them live out their stories in these AI virtual reality machines. The true purpose that he doesn't tell them, and that we eventually find out, these machines are literally going to absorb their ideas and generate them with artificial intelligence on his own.
Yes, so but Eddie's, I think he's an AI tech mogul.
Moogle?
Mogul.
He's a Moogle?
Mogul.
No, we already talked about a horrible Moogle last year. He's not here.
Yeah, sorry. And we see he gets more frustrated and malicious as the game goes on. He even insists on speeding the machine up, even though it's dangerous and could actually kill the girls.
Like the people work, I watched people play this, and like the people working are dude, we can't do that, and he's like, I don't give a fuck. Like he's a perfect villain because he is one of those really real hateable billionaires. And he's just, you kind of are watching him spiral in like real time. He's trying to hold it together, but since he is so used to having like his own way, it's very obvious he cannot handle things not going his way. Not even a little bit.
He is so out of whack and out of pocket that even like his shareholders, which CEOs are beholden to what the shareholders call the fucking police on him. He's so insane.
Yeah, other billionaires are like, okay, you know what? We're like all rich and evil and stuff, but I think you need to tone it down and betray him and call the police, and the police arrest him.
Yeah, well, you don't see it, but like you see the cops pull up to the building at the end of the game and assume. Yeah, and then he goes crazy with power, where like he manipulates the machine, and like it leads to that crazy finale where like he's literally melding their minds, and like you're going between different art styles and settings in real time while you're trying to fight him off. Like he literally fucks with reality. He like messes with gravity, changes the settings. It's crazy. It's hard to describe. You'd have to see the finale for yourself.
It's an absolute mind fuck.
Yep. I don't know how they pulled it off. I feel like Split Fiction got kind of screwed at the Game Awards this year. It only got Best Multiplayer and lost to a game that uses AI-generated voices.
Oh, no.
We're not going to talk about that here.
Fuck
Yep.
that.
We're not going to talk about that here.
We'll talk about that in a later episode of Rudy's podcast.
All right. And then, of course, we have everybody's favorite incel. Piss baby Lex Luthor. So I mentioned this before, but one of the things about Lex, and I think what really pisses people off, or at least pisses me off, is that he is a very wealthy man. And the thing is, you know, he has all this money, all this wealth, and he could be doing anything with it. He could be, you know, helping to plant trees in places that need it and making more oxygen. He could be donating meals to people in need. He could be making schools in places that don't have them. What does this motherfucker do? What does he do? He spends all his time trying to get the one up on Superman. A man who is called the Big Blue Boy Scout. That is Superman's nickname in the DC universe in general. They call him the Big Blue Boy Scout because that's kind of what he is. He was raised by two sweet Southern folk who are, you know, the good kind of folk. So he was raised to do, you know, he was raised with the golden rule in mind. And Lex hates him with a burning passion. And again, he's wasting so much time and energy. Meanwhile, like in the movie, what happens is he created this man is so fucking petty. He creates a pocket dimension for people he dislikes. And it could be just something really, really minor, like, oh, this person got my coffee order wrong. Oh, here's my ex-girlfriend. Dude,
a journalist that was exposing me.
Yeah. And so there's a I can't remember the character's name, but there's this everyday man who helps Superman like towards the beginning. Lex kidnaps this innocent man, sits him in front of Superman and says, "We're going to do Russian roulette." And this guy, again, he's a normal guy. He doesn't have any powers. He's like, whatever you do, don't do it, Superman. Don't do it, Superman. And he ends up shot.
I think he was like he was either a taxi driver or like he ran like a food truck or something like that.
I think he ran like a food truck.
Yeah, it was a food cart because he gave Superman like a falafel or something.
Yeah. And Lex doesn't show a bit of remorse. He treats it as it's like no big thing. And keep in mind, this is an innocent man who had no powers. He could not defend himself. But Lex is so petty and insecure that he cannot stand someone being nice to Superman. This man is by far one of the most pathetic people on the face of the planet, but that also makes him dangerous because of the power and reach that he has. And Nicholas Hoult did an amazing job. Like I said, put his entire pussy into the performance.
Man, a lot of CEOs on this list.
Yeah, we mentioned
Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, we mentioned some of this during Cucky Ducky, like a lot of these aspects of Lex, like that he's a very volatile, angry, and abusive human being. He abuses his girlfriend. He, you know, murders people. He locks people in pocket dimension. That he even admits himself that it comes from a place of jealousy and envy. Like, he's very self-aware, but also continues to choose to do these things.
He's also extremely racist against metahumans. He doesn't have anything against superheroes in general. And you find this out through season 2 of Peacemaker. Spoilers for Peacemaker season 2. Lex Luthor is offered a chance to transfer by Rick Flag Sr. And Rick Flag talks to him about how he wants to get back at Peacemaker because he's a vigilante. And Lex Luthor's like, so the fuck what? Dressing up? Who gives a shit about that? I hate metahumans.
Yeah. So he's just pathetic, you know? Like but he's so unwilling to look past himself that he becomes dangerous due to, like, you know, his money and his influence. He's just a danger all around.
Like how he's even willing to destroy the planet just to lure Superman out.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. I think that's everyone.
That's all the villains.
All right.
Is it still unfair that I've put hard mode on again? 4 votes.
I was picking mine as I was listening. So can I go
first?
That's what I did too. Yeah, go ahead, Christine.
Okay, I picked Kingpin, Higgs, Genu, and Remick.
All right.
Be honest, did you choose Genu because he's hot?
You know,
you're allowed, you're allowed to plead the fifth.
you know, I mean, sure.
Okay. So I'm gonna, let's see. All right. This was actually hard for me. I changed some of my answers, but I'm going to go with Kingpin. Higgs, because fuck you, baby murderer. Gladys. And because Luffy did such a good job, Corey.
Okay,
I'll
can I go?
go.
Oh, sorry.
You go
Lucy.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I choose King K. Rool, Lex Luthor, Gladys, and Fox. Okay.
Okay. I pick Corey. I just think he's very sympathetic. Kingpin. Gladys. And Conquest.
Okay.
Does that just leave me?
It
Yep.
does.
I'm gonna give one to Renoir,
First, you are.
Higgs, Conquest. God damn.
Got one more.
And even though I saw it coming, actually, hold on. Even though I saw it coming because her name's in the movie, I want to give one to Reze. So who's the winner?
Right.
Oh
Wait,
shit!
we have a tie.
Between Higgs and Fisk.
And Gladys.
Oh,
Oh,
shit! Oh
It's a
shit!
4-way tie.
Okay.
That's 3
Higgs,
characters.
Gladys.
got it.
Go. Give us
I got it.
Give us the sitch.
Okay, so you just got off work and it was super late, so you're walking down the street and you're kind of tired. You're not 100% there, and then all of a sudden you hear something behind you. You turn around, but you don't see anything, so you keep walking. Then you hear something again. You turn around, you don't see anything. Now you decide to sort of wait, so you act like you're walking, then you hear it again. You turn around and you are so scared shitless. This person standing behind you terrifies you in every sense of the word, and you feel like if they get any closer to you, you are going to die. Who is the person that terrifies the crap out of you?
It's because he can teleport.
Higgs?
Fisk.
Fisk?
This was hard for me. Really hard.
Yeah, this is hard.
Because the beginning of your situation made me think of Gladys. Is Gladys the witch?
Yeah.
Gladys is the weapons witch.
Okay. So like the beginning of that, I was like, oh, okay, her. And then as you went farther, I was like Kingpin. I was like, uh-oh.
If it helps, I made my decision because Kingpin, he's scary in his influence, and yeah, he's got brawn and all that. But most of what scares me is like his influence. In a terrified alley, as long as I'm fast enough, I can get away from him. Higgs, on the other hand, can teleport through tar and has a guitar gun.
Oh yeah, duh. Yeah. Higgs, yeah. I literally forgot who I was talking.
Final vote. Like once you vote, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, this is the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I know.
Now, well, if you want to change your vote after you heard what I just said, I don't mind.
So,
I'm leaning more
Jared,
towards
what about
Gladys.
The other reason I didn't pick Gladys is Gladys depends on a puppet of some kind, and if it's just her, I don't give a shit.
I would choose Kingpin because seeing the way he takes out people, it's terrifying. If I was the next victim.
Shoot. Okay, so I am also gonna add. Okay, so I'm saying Gladys. So now we have Fisk and Gladys tied. So I'm gonna add something to this. The person.
No, we have
says-
Kingpin and Higgs tied.
Yeah, it's Kingpin and Higgs. You can keep mine on Kingpin. It's fine.
Here's Wait, I said I voted for. Oh wait. Oh, you said Higgs, Christine, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So what makes but then so to add to this person comes up behind you and whispers. It says your name and says, "I saw you at the very, very Valentine's Day dance in the early 2000s. I know what you did." and whatever you did, it had scarred you for life. So which two of these two characters do you not want them knowing what you did?
Kingpin.
Kingpin.
All right, so I guess Kingpin is our winner.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna add that, like, if Higgs is whispering in my ear, he does this weird thing with Sam too, where like he'll have like a tentacle come out of his mouth and shove it in his. He probably does, but fair is fair. Wilson Fisk, not upset about it. I nominated him.
Hooray.
All right, well, that was the end of our character nominees. Now let's talk about some scenes, and we're going to talk about the happiest one of them all, the craziest character death.
All right. Coming in hot. This category will include spoilers for Daredevil, Born Again, Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Deli Boys, Demon Slayer, Infinity Castle, Happy Gilmore 2, It, Welcome to Derry, Invincible, Season 3, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, Peacemaker, Sinners, of course, The Toxic Avenger, and Weapons. Our nominees include Kingpin crushes Police Commissioner Gallows' skull with his bare hands in Daredevil Born Again. Higgs gets eaten by a giant Lou. Death Stranding 2, On the Beach.
Beautiful picture, by the way, babe.
Baba Dar is assassinated via golf ball in Deli Boys. Akaza literally beats himself to death. Demon Slayer, Infinity Castle. Eminem gets mauled to death by alligators. Happy Gilmore 2. Pennywise cleaves Stanley's head in half in front of his wife.
God.
It, Welcome to Derry. Multipole's clones in Invincible Season 3, Episode 5. A white whale eats Raymond Law in Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii.
I'm noticing a theme with these Yakuza games recently.
Yeah. Judo Master fries Nazis in a swimming pool with a telephone wire. Peacemaker. Grace burns with the vampire she kills in Sinners. How do I pronounce the last name? Bob Garbinger?
Yeah.
Gets ground up in a car engine in The Toxic Avenger.
God.
The Enchanted Children ripping apart Gladys in Weapons.
Okay, so I just want to say one thing really quick. I am watching the deaths. I am calling bullshit on this baby being born and able to walk. I'm sorry, I know that's a dumb thing to get focused on.
What about it being like 20 feet tall?
Don't question it.
I know, but guys, I've worked with babies. There's no way this baby came out knowing how to walk. I will say, though, it is accurate that babies put everything in their mouths, so.
Including, megalomaniacal guitar players.
All right, so who wants to talk about their...
Well, I guess you got me started on Death Stranding 2's villain's death. Like,
yeah, you might as well go first, John.
So after Sam and Higgs have their homoerotic guitar battle, and he's about to bring about the last stranding, all of a sudden at the last minute, I guess since the Lou is also tomorrow, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around how this happens. Lou comes back as a giant baby and approaches Higgs and Sam after their battle. And Higgs just starts playing BB's theme, I guess to appease Lou or for what he did. But Lou just eats him. Just shoves him right down her baby belly. And what makes this even funnier for me, I was even begging the game while it was doing. I was like, please have the baby give the thumbs up. Please have the baby give the thumbs up. And as you can see in the picture, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah,
I love
like
it.
Terminator.
Well, like the thumbs up is a frequent. It's a frequent thing that happens in the game. Like one of my favorite things is like there's Austin, your favorite. One of the BTs you have to fight is a hand spider. It's a giant hand spider, and when you kill it, it writhes in pain, but right before it crystallizes, the hand forms a thumbs up.
Jesus.
That's
I'm
awesome.
assuming by like hand spider, you mean like wiggles around and walks around like
a spider, but it's like a black disembodied hand.
I was gonna say like the Thing in Addams Family.
Yeah, well, it's like they're covered in tar. They're covered in like beach tar, so you never know like really know what it is, but it's shaped like a hand.
Kind of floor mastery, wall mastery thing from Ocarina of Time, I guess.
Yeah, but about 3 times bigger.
Oh God!
That's
no,
fun.
thank you. I'm good.
Well, the funniest thing about them too is later you get what's called an EX capture grenade, and it does what you think it does based on the title. If you weaken enough and throw it at it, you can capture them like Pokeballs.
I'm sorry, what?
So anytime you're in a fight with another BT, you only have to do this once, and you have that species forever. And you can even capture the giant crab thing I talked about way back when. You can every giant BT you fight, you can capture and use in a fight. My favorite one was the disembodied head. One with the disembodied head. You fight at the end of the first one, but you also fight again in 2 because it costs more Kylo crystals to use it. But when you use it, it like levitates the enemy BTs in the air and then causes like a whiteout black hole, and then it just ends the fight.
That's beautiful.
Saved me so much time. When I was trying to 100% the game, and because there were some missions where I had to fight some more BTs, I'm like, now I'm gonna just delete you from existence. But Higgs. I hope this is the end of Higgs. I really enjoyed him as a villain, but I don't see another out for him narratively. I really hope he just becomes shit at this point.
Well, yeah, I was just about to say, well, there's a literal out for him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Into the trash with a diaper.
Great.
Okay, John, I think you also nominated the Wilson Fisk one.
Okay, so throughout the course of the Daredevil Born Again season, one of the big themes is that Daredevil, Matt Murdock himself, and Wilson Fisk they're keeping a close eye on one another to make sure they don't go back to their old ways. And it's been heavily suspected that Kingpin running for mayor is like turning over a new leaf for him. But many are like, no, you were like one of the most notorious crime bosses. Like you had your wallet in like every aspect, like judiciary, politics. You had it everywhere. There's no way you changed. You just have more power now. And the police commissioner was getting ready to report him to the Supreme Court of New York on a plane to do so. However, he failed to realize that the limo driver that he was hitching a ride with was one of Fisk's men. And instead of taking him to an airport, he took him to a secluded location outside the outskirts of the city and brought him to a tent with some of his boys. Like he had his own like special police force. And since Commissioner Gallows, the only one who overheard his conversation about what his real plans for New York are, he decided to get rid of the evidence. And Kingpin didn't really use any weaponry. He just took as you can see in the image, put both his hands on both sides of this guy's face and literally crushed him to death with his hands.
Yep. Vice gripped him, smushed him into a fine jelly.
Yep. And remember that this is a Disney Plus show.
Yay!
Yeah, it freaked me out when a part of his forehead just got ripped right off.
Yep.
Like that was really graphic.
Like it doesn't explode. Like it comes in half and stuff like that.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna have to be on another window because like I can't look at that.
That's fine.
Let's go to mine then. Let's talk about Deli Boys. Okay. I watched the entirety of the first season of Deli Boys yesterday.
Oh wow.
It's only 10 episodes long. It's not like it's not super long. But the premise of it is that these two boys, upon their father dying in the first episode in what seems to be a random golf ball accident, learn that he wasn't He wasn't the like go-getting immigrant that made it big and made it rich in America that they thought. He's a drug kingpin.
Oh shit.
So as the series goes on, they kind of like take over the mantle for their dad for the coke business. And we learn in one of the later episodes that the Gulf incident was not a random like accident. It was not a random act of God, fate, or whatever. It was a hit. And there's a specific hitman in this universe that has mastered the technique of nailing people with golf balls hard enough to murder them.
I guess Happy Gilmore wasn't available.
No, I guess not.
Oh, and also Happy Gilmore only ends up accidentally killing people he loves.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess the series was a lot of fun, and it is a good balance of crime and comedy. And I thought that the idea of someone perfecting the ability to murder with golf balls was hilarious. So I wanted to include it. I thought it was nuts.
Luffy, don't you see he was killed by a stand user?
Huh?
No.
All right, let's. Who wants to go next?
Okay, let's see. Which one did I nominate? I nominated Bob Garbinger from the Toxic Avenger. So surprisingly, this reboot wasn't as gory as the original. Like there was still some ridiculous deaths, like actually just shoving his fist up a guy's ass and ripping out his colon. But that was only like a brief 3 seconds. But this one where he's up against a final fight against this Elon Musk-esque billionaire, who like the main villain, he injects himself with gorilla blood because he thinks it would make him more masculine and more alpha male. And when he hears about Toxie, he thinks it's the next step in human evolution. And he even kidnaps Toxie, holds his kid hostage, and extracts blood from him, thinking he'll mutate, but turns into this like wolf-like man because his body rejects the mutation. And in the final fight against Toxie, Toxie just yanks the guy up, tosses him headfirst to the hood of that car, does his friend to step on the gas, and once she ignites the engine, his body starts spinning around as he gets ground up into a pulp like a blender.
As you can see.
Yeah, it was a confusing like mechanics in the video, but I still thought it was fun. Because I don't imagine that would actually happen with a car engine. Yeah.
No, like the deaths in Toxic Avenger are always over the top and nonsensical.
I like that.
Like his main weapon is a mop that just glows because it was dipped in toxic waste.
A mop?
Yeah, because he's a janitor.
And it doesn't do anything besides glow?
No, he also uses it as a weapon. Like, in one scene, he just uses it to just knock this guy's jaw clean off.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
And not to mention, it also burns.
Okay, well, so it does have some... The way you said it initially, I'm like, what is it, like just a glow stick at this point? Like...
Clean shave.
But...
Like I said, don't question it, just have fun with it.
Clean shave.
Okay,
right.
Luke, who's next?
Whoever wants to be, I guess. John nominated most of this category.
Did I? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the one I can talk about that's most recent in my mind is like Prince Luffy with their Deli Boys marathon. I marathoned Welcome to Derry before Christine visited for the holidays because I know she wants nothing to do with this show.
You guys,
I want like nothing to do with a lot of the stuff that's in this category right here.
In Welcome to Derry is what I like to call Stranger Things if it had any fucking balls. So one of the characters, yes, that's right. Come at me. I watched Welcome to Derry in one day, and I thought this is better than all of Stranger Things, and I'm not afraid to say it. So if you guys are roughly familiar with the story of it, it's about a killer. It's a entity that disguises itself as a killer clown because it's an entity from space that projects itself by presenting itself as the things that people fear, and it just so happens that a lot of people are afraid of clowns.
Yeah.
Yeah. It also so it projects itself as what people fear, which means that it does occasionally change form to something else to try and scare someone. In the book, at one point, it becomes a werewolf, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah,
its true form is like a series of lights that, if you gaze upon it, you go catatonic.
Yep.
Huh.
But okay, so
in the TV movie with some kind of giant spider crab thing.
Yeah, that's one of its forms, but
that's one of its forms. Yeah,
but the one it uses the most is the clown. So after an unfortunate incident where like this little joint that created by some of the Black U.S. Army men was burned down. One of the racists was the local butcher, who is also abusive to his wife. Is trying to get away, but his car won't start, and his wife happens to be the father of the original Pennywise, as in not this creature, as in Bob Gray, the real Pennywise, the dancing clown from 1908. And she approaches Pennywise thinking that that's her father, but it's not her father.
Yeah.
It's it. So then, the Stanley, which is the butcher, and also the racist man the Klansman. I guess he's basically functionally a Klansman at this point. He turns around and is like, who the fuck are you? Get the hell away from my wife. But he, without so much as like saying a word, grabs Stanley by the head and chops half his head clean off.
Always satisfied to see racists get done in.
Mm-hmm. This is one I'm gonna let Pennywise have.
Yeah, especially because like it was noted, the lead up to it is both I guess in the show, but also in the book, a very painfully tragic scene with Black Juke Joint essentially getting burned to the ground.
Yeah,
and most of the people in it dying.
There's a bit more context. I'm not justifying what happened, but part of the reason why these racist assholes did it is because one of the black men in the building was being accused of murdering some of the kids in the first episode, because he happened to be in the movie theater where it happens, and eyewitness accounts, quote unquote, saw him there, and he's been labeled as like a kid killer.
Yep. Like John Coffey.
Yeah, but that being said, it was so satisfying to see the ringleader of this whole operation get his.
Yeah.
All right, who wants to go next?
Quick but sweet. Okay, let's see. Luffy, do you want to do multi-poll?
All right, let's talk about Invincible.
Oh, we can both talk about this one. This one's gruesome as fuck.
This one was so much
That
fun.
looks gruesome. Jesus.
Oh, wait till you hear the description.
Oh God.
Yeah. Okay. So
we just ate, so I don't know why you just had me. Thanks, John, for having a seat before we recorded. Love you.
Okay. So let me give initial bit of context. Let's start with this. In the universe of Invincible, there is a team that was initially the teen team, but then became the new Guardians after Omni-Man murdered the Guardians in the first season. And one of their members is named Multi-Kate. And Multi-Kate, we learned this season, has a brother. And his name is Multi-Paul. both siblings have the ability. Oh, I'm sorry, it's duplicate.
Duplicate and multiply.
Both siblings have the ability to obviously multiply, make copies, and they're like fully sentient, like clones essentially, and they can do this pretty much infinitely. And if any of them die, as long as the OG is intact, they're not dead. So as long as the prime is still living, then the rest are cannon fodder. But one of the drawbacks of this is that they all do share memories. So like they do have memories and feelings of all of these various deaths that they've experienced over the years. Anyway, unlike his sister, Multipal is hooked up with like the bad guys. He's a he's pretty shitty. Okay. And he's an assassin for a secret organization called the Order. And he decides to break out of prison. Yay! As one does.
But how?
Oh, but how?
Yep, that's why we're here.
Yeah. So it's been a minute since I watched this and stuff. So John, please fill in gaps.
I'm never gonna forget this scene as long as I live. So
yeah. Okay. So like the initial beginning, he starts out by multiplying within his cell. And as you can see, he basically continues to split and multiply until he literally bursts out of the room. Like he cracks the glass and the door pops off the hinges. And all of these deadpols that were used to essentially battering ram the door from the inside, like just spill out.
Yeah, he broke out of his cell by literally packing copies of himself like sardines until the door bust open.
Yep.
It was disgusting, but at the same time, it was fucking cool.
It was so cool. And then he basically continues to use himself as like, you know, to keep splitting and use it as a way to get out of the prison. And I thought it was a lot of fun. It was so cool.
Yeah, it was with and
it was wild.
When I thought I've seen the most gruesome scenes. They always outdo themselves.
Yeah, Invincible just keeps on doing it.
Yep.
Speaking of people who absolutely positively deserve to die, let's talk about the fried Nazis in Peacemaker.
Yummy.
So,
crispy fried Nazis. Yum.
Yum, yum.
I don't think I want to eat that. Too anti-Semitic. Too long didn't read. The whole conceit of Peacemaker season 2 is Christopher Smith, John Cena's character. He's hit a low point in his life. He's wondering what his purpose is, and he's still having survivor's guilt over having killed his brother at a young age and also having to kill his Klansman father. So after a night of coke, blow, and a bisexual orgy, he discovers that his dad had an 8 interdimensional portal in his utility closet, and he finds an alternate dimension where his brother, and his father are all alive, and they're actually nice to each other instead of his father being a fucking racist fucking asshole. And then Peacemaker really decides he hates life in this one dimension, so he decides to bond with his father and his brother that he no longer is no longer around because he killed him at a young age in a fist fight. So and then he starts to really get acclimated to his life, and also he hooks up with that version's that dimension's version of Amelia Harcourt, his then girlfriend. But then the 11th Street Kids, his friends, try to retrieve him from the alternate dimension because he's also being hunted by Rick Sr. for the murder of his son. And they go in there and they notice, there's distinct lack of people of color in this dimension. What's up with that? And also, one of Peter's friends is a black woman, and she decides to go look for him out in one of the neighborhoods. Peacemaker's brother sees her, and I won't repeat what he yells, but it gets the entire neighborhood to...
I can imagine.
Yeah. I won't... and then he summons the entire neighborhood to chase after her and do Lord knows what. But she eventually, for a reason, tries to escape into the backyard that has a pool in it, and Judo Master, one of the soldiers that Rick Flag hired to hunt down Peacemaker, saves the day. He pulls Adebayo, that's her name, out of the pool. He's like, hey, here, hurry. And then he pulls out two exposed telephone wires and shoves them into the pool with like the Nazis that are chasing after her, fries them all.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
And at first you think you feel bad for them, but one of them is wearing Crocs and it has a swastika on it.
Yeah, no.
Plus, like, I would imagine that a hero named Judo Master would not be sympathetic to Nazis either.
No, he's Vietnamese.
Yeah, I figured he was East Asian.
But yeah, again, another example of a death I celebrated from this category. One of the two.
Yeah.
Well, no, not one of the two. There's a couple in here. I'm like, hell yeah.
Like to be fair, like a lot of the time, like the craziest death is it's all the crazier and more fun because it's to somebody who's not somebody you care about narratively. It's like an asshole.
Yeah, it's like I think it's more like a unique death or like a unique way somebody dies or a unique circumstance. That's why I have this category.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to talk about Gladys and her totally deserved death. Okay, so we all watched this like maybe about a month ago, and OMG, this film was really good. But see, Gladys is this witch, and it seems that she needs children in order to stay young. We kind of got like she was sort of inspired by the witch from Hansel and Gretel. We're not like it's not confirmed, but it kind of
like a very
it's not Tangled.
Grimm's Brothers.
I mean, Rapunzel, whatever it's called.
There's many fairy tale witches that all of their lore overlaps in a way that could be.
So this witch, in order to control you, she has to have some part of you, be it hair or a ribbon or something, and then she can send you to attack whoever. She also has to get a part of them. So the thing is the reason Weapons is happening, a bunch of kids disappear. The entire class, except for one kid, disappears, and it is because Gladys told that boy to bring her something that his classmates touched. So he gives her the name tags, and the kids are there to sort of like sustain her. But they're not like really alive. They don't move unless she tells them to. Now, the boy, I think his name is Alex.
Alex.
He doesn't want Gladys here because Gladys has his parents under her sway and his classmates. You know, the principal went and like tried to kill his teacher. And
he successfully killed his husband.
Yeah. So towards the end, Alex manages to get her wig because Gladys is bald as heck. She wears this wig. So Alex understands like how the magic works. So in order to get rid of Gladys, he gets her wig and performs the ritual.
Tree.
Yes. This tree she brings. And it's one of those things where it's a very apt way she dies, because what he does is have the kids go after her. And like, here's the thing, like a kid itself, that's not scary. A bunch of kids running after you, that is legitimately terrifying. And the thing is that in this state, they're kind of animalistic. Like they like literally go through somebody's house, and the kids are throwing themselves through glass windows. They are not slowing down. They go to get Gladys. And the thing is like, you know, you would think it's like she's an adult, but she's like an elderly woman. She doesn't have any power right now. The kids descend on her and eat her.
No, they just rip her apart. They just rip her apart.
They tear her apart like she's one of those break apart breads at like that you get from Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
They just like
For anybody that wants a too long didn't read description for how this goes, if you've seen the first Smiling Friends Halloween episode and how that ends, it's the same thing.
If you ever saw back in the day Shaun of the Dead, when they pull the one guy and the glasses, the asshole friend, out of the window and all the zombies pull him apart like he's, like a fucking pull apart made of like Betty spaghetti material. Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. This is supposed to be horrifying. I thought this scene was hilarious.
I thought I was laughing the whole time.
Twisted way it was, because again, you have a bunch of children just descending on this woman and she's screaming her head off. And like we had mentioned that they're running through houses. There's literally like this one family. They're like, first like Gladys runs through the house and they're like, who the hell was that? And then all these kids start like coming into their house. And again, the kids are not going like through the doors normally. They're like throwing themselves through the doors, through the glass. This family is freaking out. It was done so well. And I mean, again, it's a very apt way for her to die because she's the one who kidnapped the kids. So it's like in a way they get revenge.
So it's kind of so it's kind of like the payoff in other movie we watched recently.
Which one?
All of Us Sinners.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It feels like it's like I don't, because I didn't watch this with you guys. Like, I feel like this whole movie is kind of like, well, what I'm getting from you guys was like I don't know how much of a slow burn it was, but this is the payoff that is satisfying. I'm guessing.
The burn for this movie was very slow, but the payoff was so satisfying.
Yeah, it was good.
Okay, so basically, Sinners. All right. Awesome.
Yeah, that's the thing, because like it was a harrowing, bleak tone all throughout, but this is like the funniest thing that happens in the movie.
Yeah,
I personally
doesn't get properly introduced. I think until like maybe halfway through the film.
Yes.
And
something like the third person's POV.
Yeah, you go through like two or three of them.
Know who or what she is until like a little bit later. And the thing about her is like she's evil, but not in that over dramatic way. She's like very subtle and understated. But you can tell she enjoys being the way she is. So when the kids descend on her, it is like very cathartic, because at the same time, like all these parents had no idea where their children is. This one teacher was the face of like the scandal because they all thought she knew something, but she didn't. She's like, I have no idea where they are, all this stuff. So yeah, it's
that woman's worst sin was that she has very bad taste in men.
Oh yeah, we're not gonna get into that here, but so speaking of sinners, do we want to talk about what happens to Grace?
Yeah, all right. I nominated Grace. And out of all of the deaths here, I would say this one is probably the one that I find the saddest, the most tragic.
Yeah.
We've spoken about sinners plenty, but Grace and her husband, I want to say Bo, are the Chinese proprietors of one of the local stores that pair up with, or are they Korean? Proprietors of like a local store, they pair up with the brothers and help them with their juke joint. And they're just like a lovely couple. They're obviously also marginalized in an area that, in an era and an area that is not the best. And when the vampires when that all starts happening, they initially are afraid because their daughter is at home.
Yeah.
And they're worried about her because obviously the vampires they're threatening to her.
Yeah.
And
Remick even mentions her.
Yeah, her husband's like, okay, I'm gonna go get
Lisa.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get her, Lisa, right? Yeah.
Yep.
and it'll be fine. But he ends up coming back, and she recognizes almost immediately that he's like been turned. And because of her like frustration and anger about all this, she ends up inviting the vampires in.
Oh,
which
I just love the
Come
the
on
way
in, you
she said it,
motherfuckers.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the payoff begins.
Yeah, it leads up to like the big final battle. But in it, she tackles her husband to the ground, her vampire husband, and sets him ablaze, and herself. She basically keeps him pinned to the ground as they both are like enveloped in flames. So she defeated him all right, but took herself out with them. And I think that it's just like, it's tragic because, neither, like, they saved their daughter because she won't die, but also left her.
She orphaned, essentially.
Yeah. Left her an orphan.
I know a lot of people got mad at Grace, but this is a mother who's trying to protect her daughter. Like, how the heck she can't protect her from vampires? The only way she can do it is try to take out, the one who was her husband. Because if they all die, Bo could get to Lisa.
I wasn't mad. They saved that town.
I wasn't mad at her at all. And like the love of her life just fucking died essentially in front of her, and now like the spirits are puppeting his body.
She was heartbroken when she realized that Bo wasn't human anymore. She was devastated.
Yeah, and I think that's what led her to like invite them in, because that was her. She kind of got to I think a point in that moment where she was like, I don't fucking care if I live or die at this point, but I'm taking all you motherfuckers out with me.
Yeah. To get revenge on, what they did to her husband and what they were going to try to do to, her daughter.
Even though they were thankfully away from the population, they wouldn't make it in time for sunrise. But she acted quickly.
Yeah, it was a very bittersweet death.
Yep.
But the actress who plays her, I'm going to try to say her name right. It's Lee Lun Lee. She was fantastic.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I think that's everybody.
We haven't done all the deaths yet. We haven't done all of them.
What are we missing?
Austin and I share one.
The Yakuza.
Yes.
So do you need me to do this one because it's been so long since we played it?
It's been a while, but.
So Raymond Law, we talked about it in the best villain category. He's essentially the pirate king who takes over the entirety of Madlantis because he wants to go after the Esperanza treasure. So the final confrontations between Goro Majima and him, and they get into like a pirate brawl, like the fisticuffs, weapons, guns, you name it. And then Goro Majima finally beats him, and he literally does a Shoryuken to his jowls and sends him flying into the middle little moat. And I've been wondering during this entire chapter, Austin, why is the finale chapter called White Whale? And then I got my answer. Apparently, Raymond had been keeping a giant sperm whale captive in his Madlantis, the secret cave casino, and it shoots out of the water and swallows Raymond whole.
Well, at least Pinocchio's got company now.
And it's so ironic because we just finished watching the movie Flow, and a whale played a huge central part in that story, except that whale was very calm and soothing.
Hey, Pinocchio, you got a friend, former AEW champion Samoa Joe.
Okay, and I think we got two more left. That's the Demon Slayer 1 and Happy Gilmore 2.
So I'll talk about Happy Gilmore 2. Okay, how many of you have seen the original Happy Gilmore?
Nope.
I have.
Do you remember the guy that Shooter McGavin hired to distract Happy Gilmore by saying, "You suck, you jackass," every time he took a swing?
Yes.
Eminem played his son because the original actor passed away. I forget who hired him, but Eminem is playing that guy's son, and he tries the same shit again. Unfortunately, what he wasn't prepared for is that Happy Gilmore now has 4 or 5 testosterone rattled sons, and they don't take too kindly to him messing with their father in his stroke game. Golf tournament, so they all get up in his face, beat the shit out of him, and throw him into a lake with the alligators, and he gets mauled to death.
Great.
Well, of course.
R.I.P. King.
R.I.P. Slim Shady.
I guess Captain Hook has company.
Damn it.
I'm not saying this as a joke. I'm not saying this as a joke. This is actually Eminem playing him.
Oh yeah, I know.
I just find it funny because did they also make a game where you kill like Slim Shady?
Yeah, well, the recent Hitman game had a mission update where you team up with Eminem to kill Slim Shady.
I like that. That's fun.
Him. What did he do?
I don't know.
Really?
Will the real Slim Shady please stand up so I can get you my reticle?
Wow.
But yeah, that's basically I just like I'm writing down that Eminem got eaten by alligators because
Again, Captain Hook has good company, I guess.
All right, we have
the Demon Slayer one.
Oh yeah, Rudy will probably have to help me with this one.
Okay, so a little, I guess, backstory. In the world of Demon Slayer, there is the leader of the demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, and
Muzan Kibutsuji.
Underneath him, he has what are called the Upper Moons. The Upper Moons are the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop, the best of the best demons. And Akaza's Upper Moon 3?
I think so, because the cannibal guy is the one with the white hair. He's number 2. Oh, and the guy with the 8 eyes, he's number 1. So I think Akaza is number 3.
And we meet Akaza like early on, and it is very obvious that he is a dedicated demon, but also a very dedicated fighter. Doma, who's number 2, kind of likes to bust his balls, but in like a playful manner. And yeah, like the first time we meet Doma, Doma was talking to one of the other demons, and Akaza just comes over and rips his mouth off.
Damn.
He regenerated, so he's fine.
Yeah, they regenerate. So then he later just tears off Doma's head. He is a character who does not like it when people talk down to him and stuff like that. But see, all the demons were human beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons people like this show is even though the demons have done a lot of really terrible things, you will end up feeling bad for them because you'll find out their backstory. And like all the Upper Moons have pretty, well, almost all of them have pretty like tragic backstories. And like when they start to remember what happened, it can be overwhelming for them.
Okay, so like they don't necessarily have memory of their life as like pre-demon.
That or they've been propagandized to. Muzan's propagandized to them like, well, this is what led you to be my pawn and become more powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they sort of like give up their humanity. And again, Akaza was introduced early, so he's been sort of a demon that's reoccurred. So, and again, like we said, he's like one of the strongest of the 12 moons. Only like when they had met again, it was because Tanjiro, the main character, and his crew killed.
Oh, it's this guy.
Yeah, it was the guy.
Not one, but 2 of the Upper Moons. It was a brother and sister duo, and that hadn't happened. Like, I don't think that had ever happened. So, like, you know, I think if I remember, he was going up against Tanjiro and Giyu.
Yes, he fought in the Infinity Castle. He fought Giyu and Tanjiro at the exact same time.
Mm-hmm. And I think, if memory serves me correctly, somehow he remembers what happened to him.
Yeah, his backstory is actually quite sad.
Yeah, like almost. See, again, the demons, while they are monsters, when you learn about like what happened to them, you end up feeling bad for them. You know they've like killed numerous people, but the reason they became demons, in a way, it kind of makes sense. So, in his anger and frustration and his sadness, he starts to take himself apart. He
literally punches himself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you don't see his head in here, because he literally was punching himself until there was nothing left.
And also, I think Gyu decapitated him too. Gyu and Tanjiro together.
That's how you kill the demons in this. You have to decapitate them. That is the only way to kill them, or if they are exposed to sunlight. They cannot stand to be in sunlight. It destroys their bodies. But
although Akaza is one of the few of the demons who, even if his head has come off, he can stick around for a little bit. So even after they decapitated him, he was stuck around for a little while. And it wasn't until he remembered the woman in his childhood that he loved, and unfortunately he could not save from a murder spree at the dojo he was at, is when his humanity was restored, and then he decided to literally punch himself to death.
Take himself out?
Yeah, the picture is what happened to him after he hurt himself.
Yeah. And here's the thing is, even with Tanjiro and Gyu like fighting him, since he is upper 3, he's literally like, he's, again, like we said, the upper 12 are the strongest of Muzan's demons. It is almost impossible to defeat them by yourself. You would have to have somebody else to help you. But even with Gyu, who is part of the demon core, and he's one of the Hashiras, that's like the highest level in the demon core, it was still very hard for him and Tanjiro to beat Akaza. So Akaza, when he started remembering who he was, in his sadness, killed himself.
Yeah,
because he knew there was nobody else who could do it except for him.
Here, if anyone wants to see what he looks like, there you go.
Yeah, I had to look him up to try to remember, but I have seen pictures of him before in his put together form.
And also, I know one great reason Christine likes him is because he's voiced in the English dub by the same man who does her Fire Emblem husbando, Lucian Dodge.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah,
he is a really interesting character. Like, we get introduced to him early on, and he meets a Hashira, and he's like, "You're really strong, become a demon." Like, he's very interesting. There's some complexities to him. So even though he was like a killer monster, his death is kind of like, oh man, he was such a cool character.
You killed a fan favorite, but I'm sorry you're gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he when you first meet Akaza, he eviscerates Rengoku, a fan favorite.
Yes, he gets rid of the golden retriever boy.
Wait. Which character was that again?
Rengoku was the one that wielded fire.
Oh
Tasty.
no!
That was a Mugen Train.
That made me sad. I forgot.
All right.
It's been a minute.
All right, is it time to vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe
Can I go first?
Hold on.
Since I introduced, I go last.
We did a little movie intermission between, so I have to open the doc up. So
Okay.
Rudy wants to go
I'll go
first.
second,
So that means
I'll go second.
So I'm gonna have to give the first one to Eminem, just because it's funny.
You're on your little lab.
it's also it's accentuated. It's accentuated by me also getting a cold.
Oh
It's
yeah, well
just-
that doesn't. Whatever.
I find it really funny. I'm gonna have to also give it to my girl Grace, because she went on her terms and saved her daughter. Higgs, just because the baby eating him was so freaking funny.
I know.
I'm gonna say the kids ripping Gladys up, and then Judo Master.
I'm going second, but I'm cleaning my glasses, so give me a second.
Next.
Yeah. Okay. So, Kingpin, because oh my god, your description, the picture, I was like, yeah, I literally had to I literally did tab out to not look at that. So
If I wasn't,
I watched the video and it's worse seeing him
Oh.
actually.
Oh
do it.
yes.
It's fun. It's insane.
So yeah, I'll believe you. Kingpin.
A Disney Plus original.
yeah, but you know the old from the Disney home video thing. Put that over him. Play that as soon as his head pops.
Anyway, yeah. So if you didn't already put it down, Kingpin,
Did.
and then Higgs, and then White Whale, and then Judo Master, because that was freaking hysterical.
So Kingpin, Higgs, White Whale, and Judo Master. So I increased it to 5 because we had an additional
Yeah,
nominee.
one more for
So it's 5 now.
Grace.
There we go. Who's next?
Was that Sinners?
I'll go next.
Yeah, that was Sinners.
Okay. Awesome.
I'll do Kingpin because I remember you were freaking out when you first told me about that scene. You said it was on par with the kill you'd see from the Terrifier films.
Yes.
Okay.
I liked it.
So Kingpin, let's see. Higgs, because I was cracking up when I first saw that clip. Because even with that description, I could not have seen that coming. Oh my, jeez. The multi-pause, because that was ridiculous scene. Yeah, I got 2 more. I go with the Enchanted Kids, because that was a hilarious chase scene, and oh crap, I got 1 more. I'm gonna go with Judo Master, because who doesn't like killing Nazis?
All right, so that means it's my turn because the host is going last.
Yep.
Kingpin, Higgs, multi-paw because it freaked me out. Nazi frying because why not? And oh man, my last one's a toss-up between 2. Do I go with the badass death or do I go with the one that was just a recreation of the end of a Smiling Friends episode? You know what? I'm gonna
Follow your heart,
give
John.
Grace her flowers. I'm gonna give 1 to her. So was that 5?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
Host is
Lucy-
last.
Okay. Kingpin gets 1 from me because that was interesting. Multi-Paul because that was a lot of fun. As soon as I realized like he started multiplying and I realized what he was doing, I was like, oh bitch. Okay. Weapons because I thought that was really funny. Kingpin. No, I said Kingpin.
You said that first.
Grace from Weapons. Great Grace.
Grace from
burning
Sinners.
everybody alive. Yes, Sinners. I'm tired.
Mm-hmm.
And did I say Judo Master yet? Because that's my
No.
last one. All right.
Fried Nazis wins.
Yeah!
Nazis!
Yay!
Zap zap,
That was actually
motherfuckers!
hard.
I mean, if there's anything that this group loves, it's killing Nazis.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I remember we nominated a GI Robot last year for his needle drop scene where he finally got to kill the Nazis, like the good robot that is.
He did so good.
I know, I'm so proud of him.
The only thing that was missing from that season was like, somebody please get GI Robot over here. He is going to. Well, I mean, if he was able to come, he would.
That would have been awesome.
I remember everyone was begging. I was like, oh my god, get GI Robot in here. But James Gunn was like, he's not coming. All right. Let's move on from the gruesome and on to the hilarious with the funniest moment.
Yay!
So,
Sorry. Can we actually watch these?
no, there's some of them are too long. And one of them is also because of an entire episode.
Yeah.
I have one I'm
Yeah.
going to make everyone watch, but all right, Austin, I think you're hosting this one.
Oh shit, let me pull it back up. And a quick shout out to last year's winner, The Essence of Dolphin Dye from Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth.
Which was the real winner after we mistakenly awarded it to the Bald Bar because we weren't watching our count and it was actually a tie. So what I did was I asked my Discord server to pick between the two and also the YouTube community section to pick between the two. They picked Essence of Dolphin Dive. We're not making that mistake again. So if that ever does happen again, I'll let it go to you guys. So without further ado, let's move on.
And our nominees are Meeting Monaco from Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. Puck and Daffy look for jobs in The Day Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie. Charlie reveals his true identity in only a way Hideo Kojima could get away with in Death Stranding 2 on the beach.
Okay, so I was watching these
From
today, and I sent John a message saying, "John, I hate you."
And that message is what woke me
I
up.
see this fucker's face again.
No, unfortunately, I got bad news for you.
And
All right.
you take it along from Delta Room.
No, it's you're taking
Actually,
long.
Austin, hold on. I got something for that. Austin, I'll do this one for you.
Babe, do it.
From Delta
Oh my
Room.
God. Craig's toe
love
trip
you.
from Friendship. The school assembly scene from It. Welcome to Derry. Frank is in a coma. Yes, an entire episode. From It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The Huntrix Carbo Loading on the Plane. From K-Pop Demon Hunters.
It's a beautiful
my fellow
picture.
waifu.
Literally the perfect picture.
Bill
I
lies.
know.
Oh, sorry.
I was sitting here watching him put the pictures together. I was like, yes.
Bill lies about being married to Peggy to make friends from King of the Hill. And the pig lever from Split Fiction.
I'm sorry I'm laughing because, like I said, I watched these today.
Yeah,
And a lot of these scenes were really funny. So again,
I
this is
saw
gonna
the
be
entirety
really
of the
hard.
Frank episode last night. So,
Okay.
Luffy, would you want to join me for that one?
Yeah, okay. I'm the one who nominated it, as along with John. Actually,
Yeah, actually,
Oh.
I picked it. I picked it as soon as I finished the episode. I was howling laughing.
Yeah.
yeah. All right. So, in the newest season of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, one of the episodes is called "Frank is in a Coma." As we all know, Danny DeVito is getting on in years. So,
No, he's not. He is immortal.
I hope so. But as you know, as it is with older actors and stuff, I feel like I wasn't the only one who initially went into this episode maybe a little bit concerned that they might be killing Frank off so that, you know, Danny could retire.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so it starts with Frank. His latest obsession is wondering if a cake looks so realistic. It looks like something else, like that trend on social media.
Oh yeah,
And it was also-
That's
the guy
actually
who does the
it's
cake.
also literally a TV show like on Food Network and
The
stuff.
game show on Netflix called
Netflix,
"Is It
too.
Cake?" And you had to, and it was, and what did you
Yeah,
have to
is
guess?
it cake?
The guy who started that trend was also a host on with the Try Guys on their channel too.
Yeah. So essentially they learn that Frank was and they were invited to the Ben Franklin Liberty Ball, which is like a really classy gala. And they're all very excited and Frank's like, "No, I don't want to do this, you know. I'm happy living my garbage life where I live amongst garbage and I'm the trash man. I eat trash." So he and Dee start arguing over what constitutes cake. And during this, she starts to tickle him, and however, Frank falls into a coma during this. Go ahead. Austin, John, either.
Yeah,
it's been a while since I watched the episode, so you guys have fresher memory than me.
It's in the.
I have the wiki open
sorry.
for extra reliance. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, in Frank's apartment where he's hooked up to life support, and if his heart rate drops at a certain beat, then they'll be taking him off life support. And while they talk about, the nurse talks about the 5 stages of grief, and while Dee Dee is staying because she's hoping that once Frank kicks the bucket, she'll get everything he has. While the boys, however, decide to go to the gala themselves. And yeah, okay, let's see.
No, the boys being as they are, and Dee being the bird, they dumped her in the apartment. She was basically ended up getting the short straw because they said one of them had to stay with Frank. And
right.
So for the uninitiated, Frank raised Dennis and Dee, and they thought that he was their biological father up until they were about 28, and learned that not only was he not their biological father, but their bio dad's actually this like philanthropist guy who they torched their relationship with that guy anyway. But Dee decides to ransack the apartment, and as she's doing all this ransacking, she comes across a magazine that's like it's an old school porno, I believe, from like the 70s.
Yeah, but it was in an envelope labeled important shit. Yeah.
And amongst its pages were a childhood drawing that Dee made for Frank, which makes her emotional, and she starts to actually get like genuinely emotional about the idea that she might lose him.
Yeah, like a change of heart. Like, she does try to convince the nurse to let him pull Frank off the plug initially.
Yeah.
And back at the boys, they're at the gala dressed in tuxedos, but everyone mistakes them for raiders.
Yeah. To be fair, their plot is not as adjacent to why this moment is funny.
Yeah, it's got almost nothing to do with sex.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't talk about the crackhead then.
Yeah, they one of the entrepreneurs they meet is like a crackhead, and he's like at a crack house down by the river. But after all that, turned to Dee, who's seriously considering pulling him off life support because his heart rate's going down.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And when she goes in to kiss his forehead, she knows, are dying people supposed to taste sweet? Because, and I believe one of them sticks his finger to his forehead, and they'll freak out when it sinks in.
Yeah, his forehead just collapses inward, and it turns out he's cake!
What? Yeah, the real Frank comes in and brags about how none of them could tell the difference between him and cake.
Of course he does that. Because I've only watched one episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but that sounds exactly like something he would do.
Oh, absolutely. He does a big reveal that they're in fact wrong. And also he drew that picture that Dee found. And so she's like, oh, fuck you. So all of them end up kind of as is with It's Always Sunny, falling back into their routine at the end. Everything is always back to one.
Yeah,
typically, by the end of the episode, but they're eating Frank cake.
Yeah, the credits are eating the cake modeled to look like Frank's corpse.
Yep,
that's great.
Oh, and the nurse was actually the chef.
Oh yeah,
she was not actually a real nurse.
Oh my god! That build up, it knocked me the fuck out. I was like, I can't not nominate this
because like I said, honestly, we also lost the actress who played Charlie's mom like a couple months before this aired, and then I was wondering, we had been discussing amongst friends and I, amongst my like Sunny server and stuff, like, oh gosh, I hope that they're not actually going to kill him off, and that Danny's not retiring. And we were a little bit worried about that the whole episode. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, cake.
Yeah, we couldn't have foreseen it because the "is it cake" trend is a couple of years old by now.
Yeah, I liked it though.
Oh my God.
All right, well,
I was cracking up at that reveal. So you got a few nominees, John, if you want to talk about any of them.
I've got a couple. So Minoko is the last member of the party you recruit in Clair Obscur. He is a Gestrel, and he is probably the funniest character in the game. Because he's an old friend of Verso's. How close?
And I love him.
How close he is to Verso is a spoiler. But he challenges the party to a duel, and the very first thing he does is he hits himself in the face with a bell.
Yeah, because he's trying to. So I watched it, and he was trying to impress the ladies, and he was like, "Ladies, can I?" And the bell hits him in the face as he's trying to be suave. Oh, I love him.
So then you have a fight with him, and then eventually his son, the little Gestrel Noko, says there's a monster attacking the village. Then they fight a Stalact, which is like a giant ice monster. They beat it, and then Minoko starts raiding its corpse. For a specific part of it, actually. He rips it off its foot and loudly proclaims, "I just need the foot." Why? Because apparently Minoko is the blue mage of the party, and if you're not familiar with RPGs, blue mages are mages who use enemy skills. And how does he use enemy skills? He rips off the feet of monsters and transforms into them.
That's
awesome. So we can literally get a leg up on the next on the rest of the enemy.
Oh my fucking god!
Okay. But that's a rich joke, Christine.
You're welcome.
Okay, so
but the highlight for me is Minoko says to, "Okay, so now that we've all got our energy up from battles, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company?" And Verso says, "Well, we need your help to fight the paintress." "Okay, bye-bye." He walks away.
He literally turns around to leave. But my favorite part is, like, his little son. It's like, "I want to come too." And he's like, taking my son into battle is a very good sound.
He's like, "As a responsible parent, this is a good idea." But my favorite part, the best part, is when Verso says, "It's like, there'll be this could be our last chance." "No, this is your last chance." "Oh yeah, well there might be a lot of fighting." "Oh yes, there will be. Yes, there will. Count me in then." Good. And he joins.
Also, SK being the sweet little baby calls him Momo.
Aw.
I think he calls him Noko. Noko! It's like, oh, they dragged you.
So
what did he drag you into this time?
This game is going to end up ruining my life. God damn it, John. Why did you make me get upset? You made me get pre-obsessed with this game. Why did you do this to me?
Minoko also has best out of context battle line. Because like he said, he needs to rip off the feet of monsters to gain skills. Sometimes during his turn, when it's his turn in battle, he will literally say, and I'm not making this up, "My what lovely feet."
Okay, so
Sorry.
I would like to defend my choice of the Huntrix carbo looting. Because, okay, this is like our first real introduction to these characters. And first off, like we said, that I really love how they allowed the girls to be funny and like weird during this scene. But I think it also really shows how they are such great friends that they'll eat like this in front of each other and they don't care. But see, another thing is at the beginning, it turns out that the plane they're on was hijacked by demons. And the demon who is like, I guess, like the main flight attendant, during this scene, he is watering a flower with coffee.
And she can't even greet him in the right language. She's saying buongiorno and all that.
Yeah. And the thing is when Bobby, their manager, calls them, they realize that they're demons and they like turn to stare at them, and Zoe, who's munching on these like shrimp chips, she has a bunch in her mouth and goes,
"That's my favorite shot in the whole movie."
It's so funny, and then it goes into like one of the best opening songs ever. But the scene itself, just again shows what good friends they are, but also that even though they are demon hunters, they're still like normal, women. They love to eat, they have fun, and they
like the conversation is like what did I think Amira says like bajillion%, and we was like, that's not even a real number. And she's like, it is for our fans, because see, they also have a line where it's happy fans, happy Han Moon. So it's like they're also talking about how excited they are for their concert because they really genuinely love their fans. It's just such a great scene, and the facial expressions as they're eating are hilarious. The how like Rumi eats the kimbap has become like a meme. People have made gifs of it.
I was just about to say my favorite out of all the eating in that is when Rumi essentially deep throats a kimbap roll.
She's so pretty, but like, dude, the way she looks like so unhinged when she's eating it.
I'm amazed that whoever was doing the censor checks on that film let that scene go.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised too, because people have used that for something else. But
I've seen it too.
I
but like
predicted that would happen the second I saw it.
But also there's been people who have copied her. There's a YouTuber I watch named Korea Nosh. It's a British man living in Korea, and he does food reviews. And every time he gets kimbap now, he does the thing that Rumi does where she sniffs it. It goes, oh yeah, every single time. So it's just, again, the scene is so iconic. The characters having these hilarious facial expressions just make it all the more perfect.
Mm-hmm.
This scene sold me on the movie.
Yep.
All right.
I was surprised when they started. Like, I can't believe they're actually allowing them to do this, because think kids like, oh, girls, animated women have to be all pretty and refined. Fuck that.
Girls deserve the Fate's Fault too. It's part of how I fell in love with One Piece.
They deserve to be gremlin.
All right, so I've got a couple of these. Does anybody have any of theirs that they want to go to first before I start on any of mine?
Oh, right, I got the Pokey Pig and Daffy Duck one, where they look for jobs. Firstly, this was copyright claimed on YouTube, but when Pokey and Daffy, they learned that there's a hole in the roof and the guy get repaired within a certain amount, or the homeowners association will condemn the house. So they saw mountains of them looking for various jobs. There's one, it's like almost a collection of mini shorts where they start out as paper boys, but Daffy loads up like a Gatling gun full of newspapers and shoots it everywhere. There's one scene where a woman is given a they're at a coffee shop, and a woman's given a very long and elaborate and contradictory coffee order, and Daffy just says, "We serve coffee here, ma'am." But the one that cracked me up was when they're a rideshare service. But instead of a car, it's a horse. Like they're running a guy to an airport, and offers a bottle of water, and they're running up to the plane as it's taking off, and Daffy just goes, "Shut up the wheel, it's perfectly safe." And we see in the distance as the plane's taking off, you can see a little silhouette of the guy falling. And the horse literally kicked him out of the airport.
Okay, so I need to know what job the image that we're looking at was, which involves Daffy.
Unfortunately, like Austin said, the scene in question was copyright stricken from YouTube, so I could not find it. So I had to pull an image from when they were fixing their lawn.
I like it.
And that image is when they had to get rid of all the leaves they raked in. Instead of throwing them in the trash, Daffy jumps right out of the trash can and just incinerates them with the flamethrower.
Which sounds way more fun.
And the final scene is when Daffy insists him and Pokey become influencers. And they just need the right look, so Daffy just blows into his thumb and his ass inflates. And it just uploads a video of him on TikTok trucking. But the minute it's uploaded, they're immediately cancelled and demonetized.
Too real.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And Daffy goes, "Well, that blew up on our face." And he's interrupted as the phone literally blows up in their face.
Yeah, I kind of relate to that that whole scene now.
Oh, God. Okay, so you got 7, you said, John?
Yeah. Which one do I pick first, though?
Hey, why don't you? Hey, there's 3 of us who can share one. Wink, wonk.
Let's get You're Taking Too Long out of the way.
There's 3 people who can share this.
You're Taking Too
Let's
Long.
go.
So
we had
you're taking too long.
In chapter 4 of Deltarune, you are in a cathedral and you reach this area that is all covered in darkness, and you are greeted by a disembodied voice that where only you see the eyes. And if you're familiar with Deltarune and its gameplay, your only means of attack is sparing it and acting, but you don't know anything about this guy other than he doesn't spell what he's saying right, and he talks in all caps, and his bullet hell minigame is like these little maps of haunted houses, and you have to collect these little Pac-Man pellets and get a key in the middle. But as soon as you grab the key and go to leave, if you take just a little bit extra time, this giant pumpkin comes out and screams at you. And I think you all know what screams at this point.
Do it. Go on.
And then he chases you.
Oh my God.
And if you collect enough...
No, it's great.
And he will eat your health if he catches you. So you have to do a bunch of these, and then eventually you'll have to shine your light on him to just mercy him.
The whole thing is just the haunted house things devolve.
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. The only way to beat him is you have to use the light you collected on him to shrink the pumpkin. However, what killed me is how the continuing haunted houses you have to enter and leave go on. Not the least of which is you do the "you're taking too long" thing about 3 more times, but then the 4th time, a little tiny pumpkin goes, "You're taking too long," and then slowly chases you. And as you think you're safe, the bigger pumpkin comes out and says, "You're taking too long. It's taking too long," and then he chases you. And there's another one where the house is kind of stretched, trying to leave, and then he stretches himself and goes, "You're long," and then chases you.
You're long.
But the creme de la creme is the last one. Instead of getting a key, you collect a little tutu. And then as you're trying to leave, he goes, you're taking tutu. And then he chases you, and you think you're going to get your health taken, but then he blushes, pulls out his hand, and puts the tutu in your heart, and goes, "You're tutu."
You're tutu. And then he goes
away, but then he tries to attack you again. It was a fake out.
Yeah, that's we mentioned him. That's Jackenstein, and at the end of the whole thing, he's all like,
Yeah, he's a lonely monster who's afraid of the dark and has been bullied by other monsters.
But then you say, "Hey, we'll be your friends," and he's all happy, and he helps you later. He's a good boy.
And also, if you try, and if you talk to him later, he wants you to tell him a story. And if Ralsei tries to tell him a story, he says, again.
Wait, really?
Yes, you didn't see that?
No.
And it's like one member of the party tries to tell him a story, and he either likes it or doesn't like it. But then Ralsei tries to tell him a legitimate story, and he tells him he's taking too long, and they just stop.
Yeah, because the scene in the it makes sense because that long story in the beginning of the game. Yep. That's very long.
My friend Danielle and I, when we were playing this blinds when it first came out, we were dying laughing.
Yep.
I think her more than me, but I thought the scene was so funny. Like, Toby, how are you going to top this? You know what? That's actually a question I do want the answer to.
We're going to find out this year at some point.
If he doesn't delay it again. All right, I've got one that only I can talk about. The movie Friendship. There's the Toad scene. So, in the
okay.
I don't know how many of you are familiar with Tim Robinson's work, but Tim Robinson is he specializes in cringe and awkward comedy. Like if you like Always Sunny and The Office, you might be into Tim Robinson's work. And in this movie, he's down on his luck, very unhappy with his marriage, middle-class guy. But he meets a new neighbor played by Paul Rudd, who's like the weatherman at the local news station, and they become fast friends. But after a certain point, he makes things a bit too weird at one of his hangouts, and they kind of separate after a while. and also things are not going well with his relationship with his wife and his kid. And at some point during the movie, he finds out that the guy who runs the T-Mobile store that sells cell phones is also a drug dealer. And one of the things he offers is like, hey, if you're ever needing like an escape for a while, $500, I'll let you lick a toad. So when he's at his lowest point, he agrees to pay him to let him lick a toad. So he takes him to the back room of the T-Mobile, lies him down, and lets him lick a toad.
As one does.
You might, if you know about licking toads, usually you're in for a trip, right?
Yep.
Okay, so here's how Craig's toad trip goes. He wakes up in a subway. Not a public transit subway. I mean the sandwich place subway. And Paul Rudd, his neighbor, is working the counter. He's like, "Hi, can I take your order?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get a." And he places an order for a sandwich. Tells him what he wants. Tells him if he wants it toasted or not. And then he's going to put the good ingredients in. And then he wakes up. He's like, and
that's the entire.
Yes. He's like, "Well, did you enjoy your journey?" It's like, I was in a subway and my friend was the counter guy, and I placed an order, and then that was it. You fucking ripped me off, man. That trip sucks. I was crying, laughing. I'm like, I was expecting some fucked up trip. No, his toad trip that he paid $500 for was fucking mundane and weird.
He could have just gotten the sandwich for like 10.
Yeah, because I remember I was watching this scene, and I'm just like, is something gonna happen? Because it's just him at the subway.
It reminded me of like those. I'm sure we've all had this experience where we have a dream and we're like wondering what's going to happen next, but we wake up, it's like, well, fuck you, I want to find out how that ended.
Yeah.
Except this was worse. He paid an exorbitant amount of money for an illicit drug and it got him nothing.
And also, like, $500 to just look at Toad is expensive.
Like, if he actually had a trip that took him to a faraway existence and gave him a euphoria, it's one thing. But he got literally nothing out of this.
Yeah, like, in a movie that's cringe, that's already cringe, I would expect it to be something like, maybe he is having a magical trip, but we're having like, intermittent cuts where he's doing very stupid things in real life.
Happen. That doesn't happen at all.
Are going to end up having consequences later. But sidestepping that to being basically fucking nothing, I love that. I love that.
Strongly recommend this movie if anything I described to you interests you at all.
Yeah,
such a great film.
I added it to my watch list. It does sound really funny. I like awkward black humor. So
yeah. Also, I would also recommend, if you have Netflix, his sketch comedy show, I Think You Should Leave. You could all the episodes are short. You could binge that show in a couple of hours.
I added that. I think I added that.
And he also has a new a show on HBO Max called The Chair Company. I need to watch that too.
Okay, so here's the thing. Company. John did nominate this one, but I would like to help him with his scene from Welcome to Derry. So what I'm understanding is Welcome to Derry is like the rest of it.
It's a prequel.
Kind of like a yeah. For those who don't know,
explain a little bit.
Oh, go ahead, Luffy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So what I've surmised just from the stuff that John has told me and the stuff that I've read, the original book is 800 and some pages long.
Yeah, and it's a thick tome.
It's that you could kill somebody with that thing, and like it actually details a very long history of Pennywise and his various like exploits and returns in Derry every I think it's 27 years.
Yes.
And they focused the films primarily on the losers, which is understandable since they are the MCs. We follow both their childhood journey and their journey as adults, but this is all that extraneous material. So technically, a prequel. But it was all actually in the book. Like They're just now giving it, life in the show. It's not like original material just for the TV.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing is that like they did a mini series a while back, but they didn't like cover everything. Because again, it is an extremely long book. It's like I would say probably maybe on the same level as like how long Dune or Dracula is. It's thick. They can't do the whole book in just one movie.
It's not even his longest book, too.
I know, but like, so I'm like, when people are like, oh, they're just, they're running out of ideas. Like, no, they've never adapted the full book of it. So of course I'm interested in this because I love horror, and I would say probably it is like in my top 10. I really love Pennywise, and I think it's Bill Skarsgård.
Yes, he's
right?
still playing him in this.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, and Bill Skarsgård. I don't know. I feel like it was one of those things where he was like meant to play this character because he doesn't forget that Pennywise's like main form is a clown.
I was wrong. I just looked it up on Wikipedia. The print novel is 1,138 pages.
You can definitely kill somebody with that. You can probably kill 2 people with that.
Yeah,
Wait, hold on. What book is this? It's a bajillion pages long?
Stephen King's
God.
Which it's not. I mean, The Stand and Under the Dome are longer.
All right,
but,
why don't we talk about the scene itself? So this is after. So like the big thing about it is like Prince Luffy said, it after it feeds, it sleeps for 27 years, and the thing that's holding it back from terrorizing the whole world is it is surrounded by a barrier of 13 shards of the meteorite that it came from space in, and it was planted there by the Native Americans back when it was first discovered in the back when they were around. And sure enough, the U.S. government learns of these through the Native American that settled there, and they take one of the pillars for themselves because they want to use it as a way to control civilization. And they did this after it has already decided to go. So remember the scene we were talking about, craziest death, last category? After that, he decided, okay, I'm going to go to sleep now. As soon as they remove that, just one of the pillar daggers, he wakes up. And then he brings about a gigantic fog over Derry. And the very first thing he does is he takes over the school. He announces a school assembly for everybody to come into the assembly, and then he puts on a little puppet show. Except his puppet is the school principal.
Literally. Yeah.
Yeah, he's literally pantomiming with the corpse of the so he's like, settle down, everyone. Everyone get a big hand for tonight's entertainment.
You can tell something's wrong with the principal too. Like we're gonna eventually learn that it's Pennywise, but right away something's wrong.
Well, because he's like his eyes are dead and he's like being pantomimed with a different voice, and
his body's limp,
and his wig falls off. It's like, everybody give a hand for Pennywise the dancing clown, and then out comes Pennywise holding the principal. He puts his fingers into the principal's head, rips it off, throws it at the children, and starts dancing.
It's the same dance he did at the end of in the second movie. That really stupid little dance.
And he's locked the doors, and the kids are all running trying to escape, but he the doors.
You know what that dance reminds me of? It reminds me. Do you guys remember the old Six Flag commercials?
Yeah, it also reminds me of the Moscow meme.
Oh yes, because the dance. So, but see, the thing that is funny about this scene is he's this eldritch being. He's not really a clown. It's just the form he takes. He's still like trying to sort of put on a performance before he opens up his mouth and like takes all the kids' souls. And I think that's really funny. And I bet it's just, I feel like Bill Skarsgård I think he really loves this role, but also it suits him for some reason. He makes Pennywise such a weird, unhinged character, and it's perfect.
Like, this scene was supposed to be horrifying, but I was sick in bed watching this. I was a nasty flu, and I was choking, crying, laughing when he during the scene, like when he ripped the head off and kicked it like a kickball and threw the rest of them at them. I was dying, pun unintended.
Fun.
It's really dark, but in a way, there's something about it that is very funny. Because I think it's just when he starts doing. When I was watching it, as soon as he started doing the dance, I laughed. And
I love horror comedy.
The sleeping bulldog looked over at me. Is like, "What the hell is wrong with you, human woman?"
Okay, so what do we have left? Do you guys
King of the Hill?
Oh,
we have. Let's.
Oh, jeez.
See.
Do you want to do King of the Hill, or should I finish my other nominee?
And the pig level or the.
And no, we also have a Death Stranding 2 one.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, I can do the King of the Hill one with you if you want.
So okay, we're doing King of the Hill next.
Yeah. So the episode. In one episode, Dale says that he's gonna visit friends that he made before COVID, and of course the rest of the Alley gang are skeptical about Bill having friends outside of him because it's Bill.
Yep.
And it gets to the point where Hank even slowly follows him, and he sees Bill arriving at a black barber shop on the other side of town, I believe.
Yep.
And he gets along everyone, and Bill is surprised to see Hank there, and when he comes in to meet his other friends, and they're saying, "Wow, you must be Hank. Are you sure you're supposed to be out of bed?" And another one goes, "Wow, Hank, hang in there, man. I know what." I had a friend who had suicidal impulses as well. And it turns out Bill paints Hank as himself. And on top of it all, he tells everyone at the barber shop that he's the one who's married to Peggy. Even has a bunch of Photoshop photos.
He inverts their backstories. Like,
yeah.
Everything that happened to Bill, all of a sudden that shit happened to Hank, and vice versa.
So as you can imagine,
so creepy.
Hank is pretty pissed, insisting to Bill that he has to tell him the truth or he will. And when he talks to Peggy about it, it's Peggy, at first, she seems intrigued about basically exaggerating about her own accomplishments, so people think she's interesting. And because with them being retired, she doesn't have much to do these days. So while she tries to get Bill to come up with a backstory, Bill, being Bill of course, say, "Oh, and you know what would really cement it? If you came shop by the barber shop to give me lunch and we just do a little kiss." And Bill even starts trying to demonstrate on his own hand, and it creeps Peggy out.
That would creep me out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she says, "You know what? Tell him the truth." But Bill doesn't do that, and what does she do instead?
He tells everyone at the barbershop that she died. My favorite part about that was Hank asked him, "Well, did you tell him the truth?" "Oh, I didn't tell them the truth." Like, he knows what he was wrong.
He always, I feel like he does, a good 99% of the time.
Yeah, and like, to a shock, everyone at the barbershop and friends and family, they stop by Bill's house with a bunch of food to help him grieve. And Bill says, "I didn't know they would be showing up. I swear, Hank, I guess showing up with food after a loved one dies is sort of a black culture thing."
Jesus, Bill.
Which Hank says, "That's every culture, Bill." And Bill says, "Well, nobody showed up before when my family died."
Jesus. What?
Okay, remember, like, when we were watching Always Sunny, I was trying to talk about the difficulty of threading comedy and tragedy, and how comedy and tragedy are two sides of the same coin. Yeah. Bill.
Bill, when I saw that they were promoting this new season, that Bill didn't look any different from the rest of them, I said, I hope that that's the case character-wise too, and it turns out I was right.
Yeah.
Like, Bill's the only one who doesn't look any older.
They still remain friends with him?
Yes.
They've been there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
There's a level of loyalty there that's probably too much. But they've been friends since high school.
High school, yeah. or childhood.
Yeah.
I remember them being kids.
That bond runs deep. They've been neighbors their entire adult lives.
Yeah, and Bill was originally going to be like a varsity All-American football player, but he got injured, and his life has spiraled since.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really messed
Yeah.
up.
But at the same time, I can't imagine the show without him.
No. I mean, it's the same with like, really, I mean, all of them are pretty fucking flawed as human beings.
Absolutely.
And that's where the fun is.
Okay, so I think we just have two more. Austin, do you want to share the pig level from Split Fiction with me before I get to my...
Oh, definitely.
Oh, boy.
So
okay, so
Split Fiction, if you'll remember, it's the game where like they're trapped inside their subconsciouses, and there are some submissions where it's like stories that they wrote in their childhood, and this was one of Zoe's childhood stories.
Yeah,
it's where they're not just pigs, they're super powered pigs. One of them has the power. One of them has the power of rainbow farts. And the other one is a
genius.
Is a slinky dog.
Mm-hmm. So you, as you play this side story, you gotta find Apple's gift to this pig gate in order to progress to the level.
Yeah, like a sentient barn door.
Gotta explore a bit. Yeah. And at one point, and they start sliding down on this slide, which looks like a picnic table.
Yep.
And as they slide down, I believe it's Mio says, I think I could get used to being a pig. And Zoe says, well, get used to it while you can. And they slide into this picnic basket, but it takes a sudden dark turn when they fall into this big grinder.
A big meat grinder.
Yeah.
and they're slaughtered and they turn into hot dogs. And then for the rest of the level, you are playing as hot dogs.
Yeah, you gotta crawl on the picnic table onto this grill to get yourself cooked. Squirt mustard and hot dog and ketchup onto yourself, and then present yourself on the hot dog bun.
Nice.
And then you get eaten by two kids.
Remember, this is by the people who did It Takes Two,
and that game.
It is, but there are some really like messed up moments in the game too. So I'm not really surprised that this is like.
I didn't think they could outdo the one where you literally dismember a talking elephant stuffed animal.
Don't you fucking
I was thinking about when they blinded the vacuum cleaner and sucked out his eyeball.
Oh yeah, that too. How did I forget about that?
That was
I'm sorry, what?
You don't remember the vacuum cleaner? You guys get on the vacuum's hoses and then suck his eyes out.
Yeah,
to defeat
that was the
him.
very first boss.
It sounds like the kind of fucked up shit you'd see in Brave Little Toaster.
Yeah.
The game has very Brave Little Toaster vibes. Like that's the first thing I said when I saw someone playing it. It's like, this reminds me of the Brave Little Toaster.
And then so after they get eaten by the kids, they exit the side story and return to the narrative that they're in. And then Mio turns to Zoe, what the hell was all that about? She's like, oh, I wrote that story when I was 5. What kind of devil child were you? And
what were you going through at 5?
And Zoe said, well, how else is a child supposed to interpret how learning what sausages are made from?
Well, see, I think also the thing is kids can be really dark and they don't realize that it's dark until like they get maybe a little older. Because they just say what's on their mind. They make whatever...
Yeah.
Yeah, then they wrote this down because they're both authors and it was in their subconscious. Like, and later on, I didn't nominate this because I thought this was funnier. Mio has one where she wrote about her unpleasant visit to the dentist on her 5th birthday, where she gets a nice big sweet birthday cake, and then you're playing as like teeth with like little toothpaste, googly eyes and toothpaste hair. But after you light the birthday candles, a satanic ritual appears and summons a robot dentist, and you have to kill him.
On the cake.
Yeah.
Like it's strapped to the tails as it threatens to drill you.
Yeah, and then you shove the drill in his mouth after you beat him.
Nice. Well, no, I thought what was funny is that Zoe apparently is like the one person who liked going to the dentist. She's like, good hygiene is important. And like, while that's true, I remember when I was young, I was terrified of the dentist. I'm not anymore, but I used to be just scared because it's like, what are you doing to my mouth? I can't see what you're doing.
Like I said in the playthrough, I used to be afraid of the dentist. As an adult, I'm afraid of the cost.
Yep.
All right, we have one last nominee. Charlie is back.
God damn it!
So
Why?
there comes a point in the story where it turns out you're not setting up the chiral network to reconnect the world and bring balance to the world and reconnect society. You're reconnecting the chiral network in Australia so the AI will take over and eliminate the need for porters. So that way that humanity will eventually rot in their settlements underground until they eventually just die out. The person you've been helping is an AI comprised of the subconsciousness of about 400,000 dead people.
Okay.
And I fucking hate, like, this picture, he's like, shh, girl. Like, no, don't look at me like that, creep.
I shot picture for a reason.
Yeah.
So
it's effective.
So, the AI is info dumping, literally and figuratively, to Sam about what their grand plan is for the world, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. But then in comes a familiar face and does this.
Oh my God!
Oh, no.
Are you playing it? You are. I love you. Go for it.
And then, okay, so ready in 3, 2, 1.
I'm not about to let that happen.
Tits.
And yes, Charlie does have a full body.
John, I hate you.
It hasn't even started yet.
No, wait, he's doing it. There's a production happening here.
I want to see his body.
Hey, you might do something.
This is a nice song, but I don't like him singing it.
There's no pretending.
I can't believe you got us watching this again. Look at him go.
I will hold
Honestly,
you.
work.
No, I don't want you to hold me.
Protect you.
This is protecting you.
Warm you till the morning.
Girl, what did you face?
Really, John?
Why did he steal Black Man's face?
That is his real face.
Ah!
That doesn't make it any better.
I just assumed he was a creepy white guy.
Nope. The mannequin was a disguise.
And soon I'll see your smile in our dream.
I can't tell if it's worse with his real body or not.
I thought the whole thing was wonderful.
Yeah.
I thought the moves were tight.
Just who is pulling your strings? We are no one's puppets. Least of all yours. You have no power over us.
Where are you? Since you certainly aren't on our beach.
So that's how you know that he's an AI, because that was his reaction to all of that. So if I could,
president?
just in case I couldn't play the clip in the podcast, Charlie, the mannequin, comes out and reveals his identity as the president of the United States of America, Die Hardman from the first game. He wasn't actually borrowing Die Hardman's voice. He was Die Hardman. So I had to explain to Rudy in a private message like what the significance of the hell this was. Only a human could be wild enough to come up with something like that, a little dance number to reveal their identity, because an AI would never understand that. That's why the AI didn't respond. It's like, what the hell was that? The AI only cared who it was and what its motives were.
Yeah.
So
it didn't bother with shit. It was just like, no. Like, we're just moving on, just moving past that.
Well, because the AI doesn't know how to respond to art because all it knows is how to do is imitate it or trying to figure out its motives. But there is no motive to interpretive dance. It just is. That's what it can never understand. The whole thing was a middle finger to AI.
Beautiful.
The motive is being funky and fly.
And also, I'm very happy they did this because after I played this, I found out that Tommy Earl Jenkins, the actor who played Die Hardman, is a classically trained ballet dancer.
Oh, you could tell.
Oh, wow.
Yes, you can tell watching. So, like, Hideo Kojima did utilize the talents of the actors, like Troy Baker, who plays Higgs. He found out during the pandemic that he plays guitar, so he implemented that into Higgs's character with a guitar gun. And when he found out Tommy Earl Jenkins was a classically trained ballet dancer, he was in Cats. That he incorporated dance into that scene.
Okay, so that just proves that, Hideo Kojima is just on another level as a creator.
Definitely.
And I think that was the perfect place to end that category. We're not missing any more.
Nope.
No, that's it.
Voting time.
Okay, you want to go first, John?
I am giving Tommy Earl Jenkins /Charlie/Die Hardman his flowers. You're taking too long. And remember, this is 4 votes. The school assembly scene and the pig level.
I'm going to go second since I already have half of these categories prepared.
Oh, go ahead.
Charlie, obviously you're taking too long. Huntrix and the pig level.
All right, I'll go.
You want to go next?
Yeah. Charlie, that dance was tight. The school assembly, Frank in his coma, and the Toad trip. Actually, the Toad trip. I like the mentality behind it.
Okay, it's my turn.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna say meeting Monaco, Huntrix, pig level, and you're taking too long.
And that leaves Austin.
Wait,
Okay.
hi.
I choose Frank is in a coma. Bill lies about being married to Peggy. The pig level. And finally, Charlie reveals his true identity.
Charlie reveals his true identity is the winner.
No, it's not.
Wait, are we sure?
Two-way tie.
No, it's a tie.
Is it tied?
Pig level and Charlie.
Okay, you know what it means. It's time for me to do my duty. Alrighty. You wake up and the world is in chaos. You look up to the sky and you see silver discs flying down. It's an alien invasion. And the aliens are going to destroy the Earth, but they say, however, there is one way to save the Earth. There is an extremely important currency on their planet. Humor. In order to save the Earth, you are given the task. You must choose something that will make the aliens laugh and leave the Earth alone and safe. What do you think?
Charlie.
It's funny out of context.
Okay, Charlie.
Yep, I hate to admit it, I think it's Charlie.
Charlie, stop winning all the categories you're
Charlie won foulest creature and funniest moment. I didn't think that was fucking possible.
Well,
You know,
he contains multitudes, John.
Yeah, it was funny on multiple levels. You know, like
No, Charlie contains multitudes. I think.
Okay, that does that for that. Congratulations, Die Hardman or John McClane or Charlie, whatever you want to call yourself. You won again. Except this one, I think you should be more proud of.
Yeah.
Sorry to burst your bubble. We've gone from laughs to tears for the biggest tearjerker category. Who was the presenter for this one?
Me. We must listen to me. Our biggest tearjerkers, our tragedies, our Romeos and Juliets, our nominees this year.
Our spoilers too. There's a big. The number one nominee is a big spoiler for Claire Obscura Expedition 33.
Oh shit!
But there's also spoilers.
Getting to the spoiler part for Death Stranding 2 on the beach, Game Changer, sort of. Has Been Hotel, Invincible Season 3, One Piece, Peacemaker Season 2, The Pit, Solo Leveling Season 2, Sinners, South of Midnight, Split Fiction, and Thunderbolts. And our nominees are Gustav's Burial, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. Sam Accepts Lou's Death, Death Stranding 2, On the Beach. The Who Wants to Be episode of Game Changer. Sir Pentius. Says backstory. Pentius? Okay. Pentius's backstory and Has Been Hotel.
Yeah.
The opening sequence of Invincible Season 3, Episode 3. Kuma sacrifices his free will to save Bonnie's life in One Piece. Chris watches his brother die again, Peacemaker Season 2. Dr. Robbie's breakdown from the pit. Song Ji-woo's mother comes out of her 4-year coma, Solo Leveling Season 2. The mid-credit scene in Sinners. We know what it is. Rhubarb and Benji's story from South of Midnight. Zoe copes with the death of her sister in Split Fiction. And the Thunderbolts help Bob confront the Void.
All right, so should I get the Claire Obscure one out of the way so Rudy can take her headphones off?
Yes. Wait. Yes.
All right.
Headphones are off. Go ahead.
So, at the end of Act 1 in Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Gustav, the adoptive father of Maëlle, gets murdered by Renoir. Like at the Act 1 of the story ends with the main character you've been playing as since the very beginning gets got by the main villain. And this devastates Maëlle. This scene his death scene didn't get it for me. It's when they finally found a place to bury his prosthetic hand that wrecked me. It's like Maëlle has been through several different families before this point, and she wasn't even supposed to go on the expedition because it's not her time. But she chose to escort Gustav anyway because she's watched so many of her family go on expeditions and never return. This time, she actually watched one of them die right in front of her. Not just that, but get murdered by who she later finds out is her father. If you'll remember, Renoir is actually Maëlle / Alicia, her real name's father. And she vows to avenge him for his apprentices that he left back home, as well as the other people that have come before. And this scene is where Jennifer English brings her A game. Like she's killing it the whole time. But I think her talking to Gustav's prosthetic arm as she buries it by some other graves of fallen expeditioners tore me up. Like finding this clip again and putting it in the playlist tore me up.
All right. So in the game South of Midnight, you meet a catfish. Now I'm going somewhere with this. And
catfish like glub in the water. Catfish on the computer.
Catfish as in a real catfish. And he's good old Southern Cajun. But the catfish, when you meet him, he is in the hands of this large wooden creature. And he asks, like, hey, can you get me free? Because the creature's not eating him. He's just hanging out, but he can't get free. So he asks the main character, Hazel, for help. Now, in this game, there are something called bottle trees, and they're just what you think. They are trees made of bottles. Now, Hazel goes up to grab one, but this man comes out of the house and says, I need all my bottles. Now, the thing is what you're doing is you're basically bottling emotions. So the guy in the house, his name is Rhubarb. And see, when she starts by bottling up the negative emotions and confronting like the monsters who are to untangle monsters who she has to untangle. So it turns out that Rhubarb had a brother named Benji. And it is very obvious that Benji was not normal, quote unquote. Rhubarb was a fantastic fiddle player, and his brother just wanted, to love him, but Rhubarb was very frustrated because it seems like wherever they went, they had trouble. Benji was always getting into trouble. Well, instead of, being, like a good, person, being a good brother, protecting his brother, one night he lures Benji away and takes him to a tree. Do you want to know what he does?
Lynches him.
No. He forces Benji into the tree and nails him into the tree.
Oh.
Damn!
While he is still alive, he leaves Benji in the tree. And the thing is Benji doesn't act scared because he thinks his brother is doing something out of love. He thinks he's doing something to help him. He doesn't scream or cry or ask, "What are you doing?" He just allows himself to be put into the tree. Therefore, that is why he transforms into this large tree. And the thing is, we're going to talk about it later, but there's a song called Benji, and it's basically, I guess, sung in like Rhubarb's perspective. His mother never found where Benji was. She ends up apparently dying, not knowing what happened to her son.
Awful.
God, yeah.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, like I said, I mentioned how Rhubarb was like this really talented fiddle player. His guilt gets to, like, I guess, eats him away. So instead of, pursuing his dreams, he stays in this house where Benji is. Like I said, Benji is still there, but he's not really alive. I'm going to share a picture. He is built into the tree.
The tree just grows around him.
That's him.
Yeah, I saw a brief clip of it when I was doing the soundtrack reel.
This is like one of the first
yes,
in
so
the
it
game.
is just a big ass catfish. Okay.
This is like the first person you meet to untangle, like to deal with their emotions. And like the second story, I don't think it's as heartbreaking as this one, because I feel like the person in the second story who ended up dead deserved it. But like this one is just, it shows, we see the past, we see Rhubarb, and we see Benji, and it's very obvious that Benji just wants to interact with his brother, but because Benji is different, that causes people to attack Benji, and Rhubarb blames
Benji. They even
Benji.
leave out bear traps for him.
Yep.
Oh. Okay, when you say different, you mean like he's like intellectually disabled?
See, I think he is. They just don't say what it was.
They just say he was born different.
Yeah. Some people think he was autistic. Again, they don't say it, but it is very obvious, especially when you listen to the song, that Benji, there was something different about him. And, Rhubarb was angry because he sort of blamed Benji for them always having to move. So, yeah.
Well, to be fair, the term intellectual or cognitive disability is a wide umbrella.
So, like I said, the thing is, Rhubarb was unable to move on. Like when Hazel meets him, he is a former shell of himself. He's an old, like, haggard man. And like I said, she goes to the bottle tree to get a bottle, and he comes out like, "What you doing? I need all my bottles." And she learns the story as she goes to, capture the emotion and untangle all these knots. And again, this is like the first story we get in the game, like after she figures out what her powers are. I was genuinely shocked because I was playing with this with my friend Sushi, and when I found out what happened to Benji, I like sat in silence because I was so shocked.
So it really set the tone.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll go.
Okay.
Let's talk about Game Changer.
Yay!
Yay! Okay, so for those of you who are not familiar with Dropout as a entity, it was formerly College Humor. When that like shut down, they basically rebranded, and now they are a streaming service of a variety of different types of shows, all involving much of the time the same like cast, the same people who used to work at College Humor.
And they are hilarious.
They are all fucking hysterical. They also have like a huge amount of like D&D, like real play based shows called Dimension 20. But one of their more famous shows is called Game Changer. And the whole point of Game Changer is, as the title suggests, it's a different game every episode. And when the contestants come on, they don't know what the game will be. But every so often, there's an episode of Game Changer where there's two types of episodes that are catered towards like one of the contestants. The first is the episode that's clearly created to psychologically torture that person. Like the episode where Brennan couldn't win. And Brennan Lee Mulligan, if known for anything, is known for his insane competitiveness. So that was just kind of just to piss Brennan off, essentially. The other is the really heartfelt episodes where they want to do something for somebody who's on the cast because they care about them. In the first season, or actually I think it was the second, they had an episode where the whole episode was based around crying, and one of the girls they had on, Jess, it turns out that her fiance had gone to Sam and to Game Changer and was like, look, Jess has been incredibly depressed for a year. She had like a major surgery and then COVID happened and our wedding got postponed. So the entire episode was essentially to make Jess cry, including things like letters from her mom. Her best friend was flown in. And then the last thing was her fiance came out with Bob the drag queen, who officiated their wedding on set.
Oh, that's awesome. And for the guys who don't know, Bob the drag queen is one of the RuPaul's Drag Race winners and is very talented. They are one of the most talented drag queens I've ever seen in my life.
And they're also a stand-up comedian. They're hilarious.
Yes.
But okay, so another dropout member is Jacob Wysocki. And Jacob Wysocki he's kind of a bigger guy. He's really chill. He's honestly hysterical, but
I love him.
I love him so much.
Luffy, I don't mean to interrupt, but dude, I went down one of those rabbit holes and I discovered him and I watched most of like the clips with him. This guy just has the most immaculate vibes I've ever seen in my life.
For real. He's honestly, he's so fucking cool. And he's hysterical. And he shot up to prominence through Dropout. He got really, really fucking popular. But this episode, when they came out, in true Game Changer fashion, they mixed a little bit of fucking weird with like genuinely very sweet. And the episode was tailored to be a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire style show. And all the questions were about Jacob, and he could call in other people to help him answer. Like he basically had like different, like call a friend 50-50, that kind of stuff. But then a lot of the questions involved things like, which one of these is your fingerprint? Meaning that at some point they had fingerprinted him. And which one of these is your blood type? And then they told him how they stole his blood.
Oh my God.
To get it typed. But yeah, they got a blood sample for they told him it was for something different, like to make sure that there weren't any possible infections after like a different thing. And then they went and typed it. And as this was going on, the number starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually to $100,000. And it turns out that his best friend, Kurt, and his friend, Kimia, who both are also Dropout alum, they know that he's had a tough year. He lost his mom and one of his best friends, and he has a lot of medical debt because of his mom, and was possibly going to have to leave LA and move back in with his dad and get like a 9-to-5. So they put together this episode
and all this money to help him pay off the debt and be able to stay with them as their coworker because they love him so very, very much. And the idea that a group of people can care about you oh so deeply to orchestrate this entire thing put together with some of the people you love the most on a set to give you $100,000 just because they don't want to stop working with you had me sobbing. I'm not gonna lie. I just thought it was really beautiful. I think their friendship is beautiful.
It is such a beautiful friendship, and I think, for a lot of people, it's sometimes hard to find your people, but it seems like he has.
Yeah.
And he even said that he's the one thing he wants to do is make people laugh.
Yeah.
And that is a very noble and honorable thing, and you don't always get to be able to do that. So the fact that he gets to still do that just really warmed my heart.
Yeah.
And again, I'm gonna post this in the chat so you guys
But that's
can watch
also
it later.
why in the Tearjerker clip that is in the list, he says the line "Thank you for doing all of this. Don't steal my blood again," because they quite literally did.
I didn't know how did they do that?
It was, I forget exactly how they did it. It was after a different stunt. They had him prick his finger to test. They were like, we're just testing to make sure there's not an on-site infection or something like that. And he was like, yeah, okay. And he just didn't question it.
Oh my gosh.
And they showed him footage of it and he's like, bro. But considering that Lou, and Vic had put a camera in Sam's house for several months, that had been addressed in an earlier episode, it might have just been tit for tat.
Okay, let's see. Who's going next now?
Okay, hang on. Who nominated, I know John probably nominated the Death Stranding scene.
I nominated Invincible in the Pit.
I
If
nominated.
you can help me with one, but I don't want to do that one now.
You want to do solo leveling?
Not right this second, but I do.
Let me talk about Lou's death.
Okay. I'm gonna mute.
So in Death Stranding, if you remember, mute and don't play the "It Welcome to Derry" theme again. I swear to God. So over the course, if you guys remember, Lou was murdered by Higgs in the beginning of the game. Sorry, I'm still laughing at what happened earlier. Not at what happened to Lou. So you spend the game, and the game that makes you think along with Sam that Lou somehow miraculously survived because he still has the baby pod with him over the course of the game. But something's obviously very wrong, and you've got hints that something's very wrong. Also, one obvious one, Lou is what, a full-grown infant now and not a fetus, but it's a fetus again? But there comes a point where Lou turns into octopus tentacles inside the pod, and then Sam doesn't see it anymore. And he turns to Doll Man and says, "Something's up with Lou. I'm not seeing her in the pod anymore." And then Doll Man says to him, "Well, it sounds like we're making progress then." He's like, "I don't understand." You see, Sam, Lou's been dead for a long time, and Fragile actually hired me not just as your guide, but as your therapist to help you grieve the loss of your child. I'm sorry, but you have to accept that she's gone. There's nothing you can do about it. Then Sam goes into the shower and cries where no one can hear him about it, and he lets it out, which was a very sad scene. And it's really hard for me to feel sad about it after we learn what we learn later, that Lou didn't die. That's who Tomorrow is. Tomorrow went to the beach. Lou went to the beach, where time flows differently, and she came back as an adult as Tomorrow. But at that time, you had thought in your mind that something just was not right at all. Lou is a baby again and is crying, but when she gets stressed during deliveries, she turns into tentacles. What the fuck is this? And it's
I think that adds to the tragedy that like you even knowing that she's tomorrow and stuff like, you know, but he doesn't for however long.
She doesn't either.
Yeah,
because being there as long as she was fucked with her memory. She didn't get her memory till after the final boss fight and then the ending. But yeah, like they're using how your interaction with quote unquote Lou to like you're experiencing what Sam is experiencing. Like he believes Lou is there, but also not at the same time, and then you finally get the answer when he does.
I was gonna say I like how they put him in the rain for a sad puppy thing, but that you said it was a shower.
Yeah,
which I don't mind. That's also fine.
Who doesn't want to see wet Norman Reedus?
There's also that. They literally made a poor wet little man.
Yep. Well, he did that to himself. He turned the shower on and had a cry, and he opened the pod and it was like dusty and dirty because there's nothing inside it.
Oh.
And he just had a good cry about it. All right, Rudy.
All right.
That's the end of that.
Let me tell her to come back.
I think I talked about this and she was listening, so she probably just forgot.
Why don't we get Has-Been out of the way? Tell us about.
Okay, wait, guys, wait, hang on. But before we begin, I can't believe I'm gonna say this. I can't believe I'm gonna say this. This was. This was.
Use your big words.
Oh God. Oh, I can't believe. Yeah, I liked this scene. I'm never gonna live this down.
Rudy
don't worry.
Rudy lives this scene.
You guys can attack me about my personal one Has-Been win later.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so pretentious. So
pretentious.
After me
Pentous,
specifically asking how to pronounce it, you mispronounce it first.
It's very clear that I struggle with speech. Okay.
I just thought that was ironic. We love you.
I didn't say anything.
So after being killed by Adam in the season 1 finale, Pentous suddenly finds himself in heaven, and as you can imagine, everyone is shocked that a sinner suddenly appears. You know, some think it might be some other trick, while others are angry at you for allowing the exterminations to happen, and cause it will lead to a big unrest in hell and an uprising. However, a large phoenix creature, who is referred to as the voice of God, appears and offers to speak to Pentous herself. And she asks Pentous, what was it that caused that forced him to go to hell in the first place? To which Sir Pentous talks about when he was alive in the 1800s. In the Victorian era, he was an inventor. And while working late on night, he notices out the window was Jack the Ripper killing an innocent woman. He recognized him immediately. However, Pentous recognizes him as a very rich and powerful man in London, and he was too afraid to speak up, so he just carried that secret and his guilt to his grave. And
oh yeah, he belongs in hell.
Yep. He actually breaks down in tears. It was over his guilt for just going on silent. And it's interesting that complacency is also what it takes to get you sent to hell as well.
Refusing to act in the
committing to sin.
Refusing to do good in the face of evil. That can be its own sin.
Yeah, exactly. But what he did right before he got sent into heaven was when he saw Adam attacking everyone at the hotel, and he didn't want to make that same mistake again, so he sacrificed himself in trying to stop Adam. Thus, he was redeemed.
Yeah.
Right.
I actually thought this was a good scene, because it is obvious that he does feel very bad for not standing up. He says that he wasn't people person. He spent more time, all his time alone. So, it was probably a mix of fear. Would anybody believe him? And it is very obvious that even though it's been years since that happened, he still feels awful about it. And like I said, I hate to admit it, I actually thought it was a pretty good scene.
And like Austin said, like that's a subject that's not talked about often. Like feeling guilty for not for doing something wrong, but for not doing the right thing when you could have. Like that's not often talked about as far as I can recall. So
I mean, bystander guilt is definitely both survivor's guilt and bystander guilt. Like, I was there and I kind of just looked away kind of thing.
Yeah.
Although I usually hear it more in situations and shows and stuff with like a suicide. Like, oh, I knew they were being bullied, but I didn't really do anything. That kind of thing.
Yeah, and Alex Brightman's voice performance definitely knocked it out of the park with this scene.
To be fair, you see that sort of plot line more in like J-drama and K-drama.
Okay, so who wants to go next?
Okay, let's see. We got.
I share one with Austin. Actually, I share a couple with Austin. Am I the only one that saw season 2 of Peacemaker?
I only saw the first 2 episodes.
I haven't watched any of it, so.
So, you guys will remember because we talked about it all that not all that long ago. That Chris Smith went to the other dimension to be with his brother, who actually got to live to be an adult and not die when he beat the shit out of him as a kid. But then when all hell breaks loose, when the Nazis find out they're not from this dimension, they run to back to this dimension, Smith's house. But apparently, John Economos has been tied to a chair and kidnapped by Christopher Smith's father, and they're being chased by the cops, who basically are also the Nazis. And Vigilante 2, who is this dimension's Vigilante, helps them escape into the other dimension. But before they do that, this dimension's version of Chris's brother tries to stop them, and Chris's friends try to subdue him by killing him. But Chris yells at them to stop because he's having a traumatic reflex to when he killed his brother in his dimension, and he's watching his brother die again, and he doesn't want that anymore. Also, I forgot to mention earlier in the scene. Turns out, Earth X, I forgot his father's name. Augie Smith. Earth X Augie Smith is not a Nazi. But they didn't. No one told Vigilante 1 that because he crashed through the window and killed him. So Chris is watching his family die again, and then he finally breaks down. And I swear to God, this is some of John Cena's best acting he's ever done. Like the yell of stop when he tells him to stop because he can't watch this again. I felt it. So it's like he watched his family die once, and he's about to do it again.
Well, the trauma, but the thing is, there's a lot of wrestlers who have tried to be actors, and honestly, I think probably the best examples of that are Dave Bautista and John Cena.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't know how, John Cena, I feel like John Cena woke up one day and he said, I'm going to become an actor. And he did, and it was very seamless. He was just like, hey, here, there's something about him that it seems so easy for him. But I think also, John Cena, he's another person who just has immaculate vibes. There's something about him. He is charismatic, he is humble, and he's sweet. And I think that's why a lot of his scenes, emotional scenes, feel very real and earned, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I still don't like that he still glazes Vince McMahon, even though he owes his career to him. But beyond that, John Cena, Even back in his early days of wrestling, he was always great on the mic. So that told me that usually the wrestlers who are the best on doing like cutting promos and stuff during wrestling, you can usually tell they're pretty good at acting, because like that's basically what professional wrestling is. It's basically a theater show, and usually the ones who are the best at it end up becoming actors, with one exception being Hulk Hogan, who, you know, took over popular culture in the 80s and had notably terrible fucking movies.
Yeah.
And I'm going to add that sometimes they can only unfortunately act like one type of role. Cough cough. The Rock.
He hasn't. He has it in his contract that he can't lose an on-screen fight. So that you just told me I never want to watch a movie with him anything ever again. You've just guaranteed to me your movies won't be interesting.
I'm gonna say this, though. The only role I think he was actually fantastic in was Maui.
Yeah,
everything
I'll
else,
give him that.
Yeah,
and the other guys where he jumped off a building and killed himself.
So like, I just also like, I don't know if this is still true, but you know how they do the Make-A-Wish Foundation?
Yes.
John Cena held like the record for being the person the kids asked to meet the most, and
he still does.
I've seen him interact with those kids. Oh, I'm jealous of his wife. This man is perfect. Oh my gosh. He's handsome, he's strong, and he's good with kids.
And people are still mad about how his retirement match ended.
I'm mad too when I don't even watch wrestling.
I'm not. It's what he wanted.
Yeah. He
wanted to put over a new villain, and it's working.
All right.
Am I the last one or what?
No, we've got
more. There's still quite a few to go.
Okay.
Do you want to go now, Christine?
I mean, I do have like a text of like the backstory behind all the stuff that's happening in
if you need more time to prepare, Luffy and I actually share two.
No, I got it. I got it. It's just a long thing, but give somebody else.
Okay. So Prince Luffy and I actually share two.
Do you want me to do the pit first?
Yeah.
Quick? All right, let's talk about Dr. Robbie and the pit. I talked about this a little bit in a previous category, but that we recorded that several days back at least. So just to kind of remind you, Dr. Robbie, he, he's not married or anything, but he has a not really a stepson, but he was his ex-girlfriend's kid, but they became very attached to one another and treat each other kind of like this. He got them tickets to a concert, like a Lilith Fair style thing called Pit Fest. But then Jake, who's 19 now, asked if he could bring his girlfriend instead. And Robbie took it on the chin and was like, yeah, sure. But unfortunately, there ends up being a shooter at the concert. So the ER is suddenly inundated with, all of these victims from this mass shooting. And I'm talking like just an explosion of people. And two of the people that come in, one is Jake, who only got shot through the leg, but the other is his girlfriend, who took one to the chest.
Mm-hmm.
And Robbie spends some time very emotionally trying, like desperately, to save this girl. He even donates his own blood while he's working on her, which is highly illegal, by the way, but still, it's very dramatic. And like he does his best, but she's gone. There's just nothing they could do. And he's already got kind of like a difficult past because he took time off work post-COVID, because during COVID he was, obviously an essential worker, and he had to take care of and subsequently eventually take off life support his like mentor who was like a father to him. So the things are kind of overlapping a little bit in his head. And when he tries to talk to Jake about it, he first demands to see her body, and against protocol, Robbie takes him there so he can say goodbye, even though the room that they've set up as the morgue is the room that they had his old professor in, so he's like kind of flashbacky with it. And Jake just spins on him, and he like basically just screams at him about like, you know, he didn't try hard enough, he didn't, you know, he didn't do anything, and why couldn't he like save her? And then when he tries to apologize about it, Jake kind of does a "you're not my fucking dad" thing and walks out. So intermittent with flashbacks of his professor, Robbie just cracks. And it is one of the most heart-wrenching, guttural breakdowns I think I have seen in a show. No, Wiley, I hope you get an Emmy. Like, I was just taken. Like, it was heartbreaking, and possibly the moment that I truly, truly fell in love with the show. I liked seeing all of the depth that they add to the workers here, and I was so impressed, and I can't rewatch it without crying, so I thought it deserved to be here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very harrowing scene, and also as someone who's had a breakdown, I felt it.
Oh yeah. I was like, I've fucking been there.
And like, you know, the thing is as adults, people, it's like you have to have it all together, but as we have learned, no, you don't. You can't always have it together. You can't always be mature and put together, and like, you know, there are times where you need to just be, you know. And I kind of do like that in this scene, he's, you know, even though it's such a sad scene, he's allowed to, you know, be like this. Because guys, we don't, even as adults, we don't have all the answers, okay? I can't even figure out what I'm like going to eat for breakfast sometimes, all right? You know, again, it's just as someone who, you know, has experienced a breakdown, it felt very real, very visceral.
Yeah. Every person has a breaking point.
Yep. The last time I had a breakdown like that, I was at work.
Oof. No.
Yep. And the less I talk about that, the better. At least here.
I get it. But yeah, I have to agree. I thought it was very relatable, in a sad way, but also a very visceral one.
So there's also the Prince Luffy and I share two nominees in this category, but I think I share one with most of the people on this call. We're gonna do the
Sans me, the Thunderbolts one.
Do we want to do the Thunderbolts one?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Let's do it.
So in the Thunderbolts, which was, in my estimation, like the best Marvel film of the year, one thing I liked about this one is this movie didn't exactly have a villain. The final confrontation was with Bob's alter ego, the Void, which was basically a personification of his deep, deep depression, and they had they had to go through several rooms of each member of the team's darkest moments and worst memories until they eventually find the Void in a personification of the laboratory that he was experimented on, and he tempts Bob to beat him up, but the rest of the Thunderbolts try to pull him away by consoling him and telling him to stop, because this is what he wants. He wants you to forever wallow in your anger and sadness and just
because that's how the Void gets out.
Yep.
And it's like Yelena is watching them, like they're kind of like pinned by medical equipment, but she realizes like, no, this is exactly what the Void wants. she manages to break through, and she gets to Bob and she hugs him, and one by one the other heroes join and hug him. And I know, but okay, so I'm just gonna say something. I'm kind of cheesy. I like good heartwarming moments. They basically save the day with friendship, and I'm like, you know what? I like that. Because see, all these heroes, they're not like Captain America or Thor. They're
Marvel's
not,
equivalent of the Losers Club.
Exactly. They're very broken, and while some of the other Marvel characters are also broken, they're broken in a way that it is hard for them to hope to be just normal, human beings trying to be members of society. It's just a lot harder for them, and for them to see Bob suffering and to come together and realize that he just needs support and love. It's heartwarming, especially in like a day and age where people are all about, you don't need help, you can do it on your own, don't rely on people.
If you tell other people all your problems, you're just unnecessarily emotionally burdening them and trauma dumping. Blah blah blah.
This is just a middle finger saying human connections are good and they can end up, saving you. And it's just, again, in such a day and age, it's a good message. And it's a very sweet, because Bob is played by, I can't remember his name. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, and he did a phenomenal job. He is the son of Bill Pullman. Aww. This is one case of nepotism I'm okay with, because he got his father's acting chops.
He started out Wyatt Russell from his father Kurt Russell, except Wyatt Russell's a complete asshole in this.
Yeah, so it's just he does such a good job of appearing, because we see that his father was abusive. He tried to help, but his mother was like, you're making it worse. And we see that he always probably wanted to try to be a hero, but he's like been used by people his whole life. So you kind of also understand why it was easy for the Void to have such an effect on him. It makes sense, and you feel bad that he's been, so used and mistreated that the Void had a chance to overtake him.
And corrects me if I'm wrong here, but could very easily be read as the Void as a metaphor for severe depression.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a literal personification of it too.
He looks exactly like Bob. He appears and he's nothing but blackness, but you can tell it's supposed to be Bob.
Yeah, it's like a black silhouette with tiny white beady eyes.
Mm-hmm. It's actually very unnerving.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the whole yeah. The thing that really, really, really unnerved me was when people get sucked into the Void. It's just
they just turn the black marks. They're just black more shadows on the ground.
Yeah, no. Mm-hmm. I did not like that. That was okay.
That was actually kind of scary.
That was super unsettling. I was like,
Yeah,
no.
I thought that was actually worse than the people being dusted by Thanos.
Oh yeah, a million times. And it's, I think, I've said, one of the things I think about the Thunderbolts is I don't think anybody expected it to be as good, nor did I think anyone expect it to have such an emotional story, just because, let's face it, the Marvel films are not, it really depends. There are some really great emotional moments in the Marvel movies, but recently they've been far and few between. This actually felt genuine. It didn't feel forced. It felt natural,
And now the director of this is going to be doing the next X-Men movie.
Awesome.
Which I'm looking forward to.
Okay, so who is next? We'll have a couple left. I share one with Austin as well.
Okay, go for it.
Austin.
Do I share that with any of you?
No, only Austin. I have this one.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So, as we've mentioned in previous categories, Split Fiction, as they go through the personification of their stories that they've been working on, they learn a bit more about each other. So we talked about how Mio her cyberpunk sci-fi stories were inspired by her father becoming chronically ill and being diagnosed with cancer, and how she's not able to afford his medical bills, and then going into debt, inspired those stories. Zoe was even less open about what inspired her stories. Her stories were inspired by all the adventures that she went on with her little sister, and also adventures she wished she had with her sister, were it not for the fact that when they were both very young kids, they were playing in a riverbank that they shouldn't have, and her sister drowned.
Bridge to Terabithia.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
No, don't like that. No.
And she,
yeah.
so like you, and then what was interesting about it was like Zoe was the one who was asking Mio to be a bit more open, but Zoe was the one who was being less open the whole time because she was not willing to confront this at all. And it got so bad that even in like the semifinal boss fight, after you beat it, well, also what was the final boss fight? Was it like you had to fight as the two centipedes, I think.
Yeah.
And it was a Hydra. You had to fight a Hydra, in like a pool. And at one point, as soon as the fight's over, Zoe starts seeing visions of her sister drowning again.
Oh God.
Yeah, because is that when the bad guy starts to merge with the machine or no?
After this,
okay.
He does that immediately after this. So they go to chase after her, and then it leads to recreation of her farm, and she finds her sister playing in the yard, and Zoe just crumbles by the side of the house. She's like, "No, I can't do this. I can't face my sister. I can't do this. I can't. Please don't make me go." So Mio offers to go in her place, and she introduces herself to her sister, and then Mio guides her. I forget her little sister's name. Over to her. Emma, and then she gives her a hug, and she says to Zoe, "It's okay. You have to let me go. It's okay."
Aww.
And they share a tearful hug and goodbye, and that helps Zoe come to terms with what happened. And
yeah, because so like I said, I had watched Connor play this with Ironmouth, and Zoe is, the opposite of Mio in like every way. Zoe writes fantasy, Mio writes sci-fi. Zoe is very bright and bubbly, Mio is very cynical, but it is all like they do a good job from what I've seen, sort of hinting that something happened, but also the thing is, children, we will think a lot of things are our fault, even if it isn't. And so this is like a very real thing for her to think that like, oh, I'm the reason my sister died. Even she was a kid too. She just, it happened when she was a child. It's a very realistic and like understandable sort of thing to feel that you failed somebody, even though there was, you were like unable to do anything.
Because that's kind of the tragedy of it is you can't necessarily just get rid of, even knowing logically that you could not have done anything in that situation, that you were a little kid, that you could not have, ever gotten there on time, but to catch her before she tripped or whatever. Like, it just, you have to live with the reality of your own weakness and your own, I guess, limitation. And that fucking sucks.
Yeah. It's also just the actress, the voice actress who plays Zoe, does a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
I think Joseph Fares like picks like not super well known actors for his, like he doesn't go for like the big shot stars. He goes like he casts who he thinks is appropriate for the role, which is I think is a lost art in anime and video games.
Oh yeah.
We need to cast for who fits the part, not who's going to draw in the most butts and seats.
Okay, so Rudy, I believe you nominated Rhubarb and Benji's story from South of Midnight.
We did
that.
We talked about that.
Okay, so
did
did you not listen to a single thing I
that's
said?
Brandon, Genji,
I don't think he does. Like, it listed it at least 60%.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
So
No, not this one.
Oh boy. Is Asta gonna have to close his ears now?
Yeah, he is.
Because it'll ruin the podcast.
Take my headphones off.
Or just mute me.
You already explained it and it was sad.
But I will also have to talk. So.
Let me know when you're ready. Okay, Austin's gone. So, if you all remember, Kuma adopted little Jewel Bonnie after his the love of his life was taken by the celestial dragons, and she had a daughter who was infected with the sapphire scales disease, which prevented her from going out into the sun or moonlight. The direct light will spread the sapphires and kill her. So he makes a deal with the government where if he lets them experiment on him, that they will cure him. But the catch is he has to become a living weapon and have his memories erased, and become a complete autonomous robot that they can mass produce for the government as a way to combat the age of piracy. And he accepts it. And Dr. Vegapunk, who's performing the operation, doesn't even want to do it, as you can see in the image.
Because he thinks Kuma's, a kind person. And Kuma struggled, as a kid to kind of find community, find family. And he very, very clearly, deeply loves Bonnie. But her safety and her, health and stuff are his priority. Even though Vega implies, this is gonna, do you think about how much this is gonna hurt her, knowing, what you did, knowing that you don't remember her, or more important, not knowing why this happened. Because initially, Bonnie doesn't. She has no idea why her dad suddenly joined the government, why he doesn't seem to recognize her.
Yeah, and part of that has to deal with the fact that the government agents that were watching her, they were Kuma promised to write her every day until he was back, and he did actually write her every day, but the government agents that were watching over them did receive his mail and they threw it out. And they lied to her, saying, "Oh, he doesn't care about you. He's not going to write. He's much too busy." Yeah, the world government's filled with fucking assholes.
Every step of the way pissed me off. She didn't even know that he volunteered for this, because she tracks down Vegapunk, floppy tongue there, and is like, "What the fuck?" Basically, how dare you do this to my father, blah, blah, blah. And he basically has to explain to her that this was a voluntary thing that he chose to do. And, we learn that despite, appearances brought on by usage of her devil fruit, Bonnie's young. She's only 12.
Yeah, you're introduced to her and you think she's an adult. She's actually a 12-year-old pretending to be a adult because of her devil fruit.
Yep. Which can age and de-age people.
And herself.
Yeah. She's people.
But luckily, what helps soften this blow is Vegapunk not only preserved the memories that were taken from Kuma and in secret, he also installed a failsafe and did not tell the government this at all, that he installed a failsafe that if ever he were to lose complete control of his of himself, if Bonnie would supersede all commands of over him and the other mass-produced versions, and because when they tried to order Kuma to attack her, he wouldn't do it. He had a kill switch that basically made him turn on the government and the five elders.
Yeah.
And he did not, and Vegapunk did not tell any of the elders this at all. He lied to them.
Smartly.
Yeah, unfortunately he paid for it though. But in the moment, it was very, very sad. One Piece definitely knows how to get the waterworks working, and definitely did for me when I was watching. When I read this a couple years ago, and when I was watching it in the break room at work on the anime, and I'm probably gonna be there again when I catch up on the dub. Because they already did this episode.
the tragedy of watching him kind of run through his memories, all the people that he cares about, and to the end, just for them to disintegrate in front of him is just so... It's so fucked up, man. Fuck me up, that's for sure.
I think that covers that.
Yep.
All right, Rudy, Austin, come back. We do have to talk.
And I'm back.
All right, Luffy, you share just one more with me. The cold open of season 3, episode 3 of Invincible.
All right.
The flower.
Okay.
So
this one fucked me up hard.
Yeah, me too.
And as you guys might have seen in the video of it, it is completely silent.
Oh, that makes it worse.
Yeah, it definitely made it worse. So basically what we're shown is this whole thing is about villainism and recidivism. We're shown Mag Maniac, who's kind of like a big dude made of magma, and Tether Tyrant, who's he reminds me of Sero from Boku no Hero Academia, except that he has like what looks like bubble tape that comes out of his tummy. But like grabs people. In a very early season, we see them as hired thugs who beat the shit out of Invincible and crew. But after this, they're like, I guess we're introduced to the fact that they're a couple, and that like the backstory that led them to this is very depressing. We see them, we see their initial attempt at a robbery was like thwarted by a different superhero. They see an invention used by this guy that basically they're like, let's try to reform and live a cleaner life. But because of the fact that they are both, mutants and like former villains, and it's semi-implied because they are queer, they can't find employment. They end up evicted. Like, it's all of these things that push them directly back into the arms of crime and to the bank heist that we see them in once again. And I just thought it was so poignant, because it's just, take away the fucking superheroes and shit, and that's really just how it be. If you're a felon, it's really difficult to get a job. It's difficult to keep a job. If you don't have a permanent address, then you can get sent back. If you don't have an address, if you're homeless, it's even harder to get a job because they all want permanent addresses as well. And the desperation that, pushes people to do the same thing, like, that takes them from redemption back to relapse, is fucking razor thin. And a lot of it is a fucking like societal problem.
Oh yeah.
And I liked that in a little mini sequence with no words exchanged and not even really music, Invincible managed to give us a peek into these two men's lives and mold them into three-dimensional characters that you feel sorry for, and like you feel their tragedy, you feel their struggle, and it's a good emphasis on what I think is a core tenet of the show, that it's just not black and white. None of it is.
Anything else, John?
Nah, you covered everything.
Right.
Luffy is always so good at describing things, their age.
You have a memory retention than I do too, because I watched this in the spring and you remember it way better than I did.
Please don't.
That, and they just make things sound so... And it just something about the way Luffy talks. I love it when Luffy explains things.
I love that so much, because I really hope we get to needle drop today, because I got a story.
Oh no!
We shall see. Christine's the last one. Tell us about Jim Woo's mom.
Sure. I got a thing I pulled off somewhere. Okay, so basically, okay. Start the basically counter.
I'm not actually gonna do that. I'm not that mean.
I'm joking. Okay, so the entire first season. No, not okay. Basically, the entire series so far, up until this point. How do you pronounce his name? Please tell me how to pronounce his name, because I've been calling him Genu isn't it
Jinwoo?
The entire time I've been watching it. Thank you.
Jinu's somebody else.
Yes, I know. I cannot pronounce Solo Leveling dude's name. Anyway, yeah. So basically, so far up until this point, he is. Oh yeah, this is a anime. Oh wait, I might have already told you guys about this. So about the anime. So anyway, there's this item called the Elixir of Life, which is basically his hope of curing his mother from the disease eternal slumber, which is a supernatural sleeping disorder which afflicts those intolerant to mana. This disease
Sleeping Beauty disease, basically.
Kind of ish. I don't really know.
No, Sleeping Beauty was put to sleep because someone was mad they didn't get invited to a birthday.
Well, anyway, the disease was caused by introduction of mana into the world through dungeons, causing individuals to fall into comas. The disease also gradually drains them of their life force until a life support device sustains them. And, of course, he goes into a really, really, really high-ranked dungeon and finds out that, oh my god, this thing exists. I can absolutely try to... I need to craft this so I can wake my mom up after I don't know how long, because it seems like she's already been in the coma since long before the series starts.
I think he said 4 years.
That's what
I believe so. So I mean, there is like, I swear there is a time skip in here somewhere. But yeah, anyway, so after working hard and beating high-ranked dungeon, he comes across all the items to craft the thing, and he finally crafted it. And oh my god, when this whole scene was happening, I was like, I need to nominate this ASAP, because his reactions and stuff, I was like, no, this is needed. Like, I'm not saying everything about it, because that would require, I don't know, whole season and a half worth of story.
It's okay, you covered the important points. Although not downplay what I've described, but I cannot help but notice the beat for beat similarity for the plot between this and Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii.
Really?
Man goes on a treasure hunt for something for a magical item to cure a real world disease for somebody else. Majima's whole quest for the Esperanza treasure was so that he could cure Kiryu's cancer.
Oh, okay. Well then.
I mean, how much of this is all just, extrapolation of the hero's journey when we all come down to it?
I know. It's just like we have two talked about stories where, like, it seems like a noble hero's quest, but no, it's just I need to cure my loved one with an incurable disease.
Yeah, I need to save somebody, but So my fiance watches Solo Leveling. I haven't got a chance to watch it, but this is just something about I don't know why. I really love how animators draw tears, because the big old tears when he starts crying.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It was very effective. But also, see, the thing is from what I'm understanding, Jinwoo is very stoic. He doesn't show emotions, so I think that makes this scene even better, because it's showing, that he does care. But like, some people will do a thing where they put up, walls to protect themselves.
Well, especially if he was quite young when it happened, then he might have just, felt the need to be strong. And now his mom's back. He's finally allowing himself room to breathe and break.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Is that all of them?
I think
Wait, what about the Sinners one?
There's no picture for it. That's right. Okay. Well, go ahead while we pretend that there's a picture. Who wants this one?
Okay. So who wants to start this? Who wants to describe this scene?
Go ahead. Austin, you haven't talked in a while.
Okay, good point. So, we see Sammy in the 1980s as an old man and performing in the blues at a prestigious club in Chicago. And after the show, he starts taking a drink at a bar, and the bouncer's like, "There's some people who want to see you." And he's like, "Okay, let's see him." And the bouncer's, "Okay, you two can come in, because remember about vampires, how
They can't come in unless invited."
Mm-hmm.
One minor interruption. As we see, Sammy perform in this bar, we get kind of a look around it, and like the posters on the wall, and there's like covers of magazines and record covers and stuff showing a very long and successful storied career as a musician.
He got to live his dream.
Yeah. Yeah, he broke free from the chains of his father's religion, his dogma. And it's there that we see Stack and Mary. They're vampires and they're still alive. They managed to just blend in. And
yeah, they changed their styles completely to match the time period, which is smart.
Yeah, and Stack reveals that back of that scene was Smoke had him pinned against the floor and was about to stake him. Turns out Smoke actually spared him on the condition that he leaves Sammy alone. And Stack asked Sammy to play on his guitar, and Stack smells as death is coming for Sammy, and while he offers him immortality so he can keep touring and playing, Sammy refuses. And he admits that even though he's still traumatized by that night after everything that had happened, before the sun went down, it was the best night of his life. And Stack... Yeah,
Stack then replies, was like... Because like Sam's like, "Did you ever miss that night?" And he's like, "Yeah, it was the last day I saw the sun when my brother was alive."
Yeah, this is the last day I saw the sun. Last day I saw my brother.
Yeah, so
I thought it was
that being like he considers his brother was the sun. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, in many ways, his brother was the sun, and I think that we saw how even in his turned form, Jack had so much fucking respect for his brother because he stayed away from Sammy pretty much that whole time. And he only kind of... Go ahead.
I think even though he's a vampire, he comes, he's like, I think he still genuinely loves Sammy because Sammy is his, to him is always going to be his baby cousin. And he does even respect his wishes when Sammy was like, "You know what? I don't want to be immortal. I think I'm good." And, he doesn't push him. He gets it. Because, the thing is being a vampire, despite what people think, I don't really think being immortal is that big of a win. You get to watch like not only did he have to, not only did his brother die, but they saw him kill Annie. Mary was distraught when Annie was killed, and like they had to hold her back. And even is it Smoke who turns into a vampire?
Stack.
It's Stack. Even Stack was upset because he even asked Smoke, like, why did you kill Annie? But it's just, like, I think in a way it's also sort of hinting that while he's immortal, he doesn't probably enjoy it as much as somebody else would because, he lost so much already.
I mean, he lost two very important people, but he does have the love of his life, who he was, in a way, willing to risk everything for. But it's all its own tragedy.
Mm-hmm. If Ryan Coogler ever makes a romance or something, I know we're going to be in for a movie full of feels, because Sinners manages to be very scary and creepy, but also super emotional.
Very true.
Who wants to vote first?
Well,
I presented, so I'm last.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how about I go first? I haven't gone first, I think, in a while.
I'll go second again.
Okay, so
I'll go third.
I'm gonna go with Zoe coping with the death of her sister from Split Fiction. Gustav's burial, because even just picking this scene for the playlist made me spill my tear ducts. Sam accepting Lou's death, and Kuma sacrificing his memories.
All right.
Okay. Sam, Kuma, my boy Jinwoo, and Sinners.
Okay.
Hey, Rudy.
Okay. Benji and Rhubarb Story. Thunderbolt help Bob. Chris watches his brother die. Oh, this is hard. I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm gonna give one to Has-Been Hotel.
Oh, I was gonna lord this over you for the rest of your life.
I know.
Okay, I'm next. I'm going with Serpentius' backstory in Has-Been Hotel. Let's see here. The mid-credit scene from Sinners. Oh boy. Zoe copes with the death of her sister, and so many. I'm torn between I'm going with Fubar and Benji's backstory.
Oh my word!
That song still haunts my mind to this day.
All right. I'd like to give one to Kuma. One to my man, Dr. Robbie. One to Split Fiction. And one to Sinners.
With a three-way tie.
Between who?
Split Fiction.
So
Sinners,
Christine went, right?
Did Christine go?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did. Okay, so it's a three-way tie
Okay.
between Split Fiction, Sinners, and One Piece.
Okay.
There's also a three-way tie between Sam and Serpentius and
No, Serpentius
Rhubarb.
is that's a tie for second runner-up.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I actually have one. I have one.
Ooh,
Yeah, let's hear it.
Luffy, go ahead.
Okay. You have been put on the episode of Game Changer where the goal is to make you cry.
Ooh.
I'm going to ask you, which one of these videos, if shown it on TV, would make you sob the most?
The One Piece one made me cry in the break room at work. So that's got my vote.
This one's hard.
I'm actually also going to give it to One Piece.
I'm going with Split Fiction.
I probably would too. I'm going to give it to One Piece. Let's go. Gimme.
It doesn't matter, but I was gonna give it to Split Fiction.
One Piece wins.
Oda does it
By
again.
1 vote.